All right, team. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you guys are well today. What's up, Meat, Robert, Attic? Good morning, guys. What's up, Mitchell? Yeah, man, it's 5 a.m. here. It's 5:20 in the morning here in Texas, man. Good morning, guys. All right, guys. So we got Tilray earnings this morning. Uh, that drops at 7 a.m. I gotta hit my coffee though. I'm tired, man. I honestly slept kind of good though. All right, guys. So market's gapping up today, man. That's good. That's what we want. You want to see the market gap up today, right? Unless you're bearish, I guess, right? So I did one of those. I did one of those cold water therapy things. I've been hearing a lot about them. My dad came in town and he made me watch this thing on. I don't know if it was Amazon or Netflix or Disney Plus. It might have been Disney Plus, where like Chris Hemsworth said that if you change the water from hot to cold in the last 30 seconds of your shower, that it helps like get rid of sickness and stuff. I don't know if I believe it, but I've seen a few things about cold water therapy. So last night it was like 40 degrees outside, 45 degrees. I went and I got in my pool for 5 minutes. And it was cold. But I felt good when I got out of it. But it could be a placebo effect as well. You know, I'm not sure which one it is. Hey, what's up, Robert? CPI is let me look when CPI is. I'm pretty sure it's either, I think it's the 12th. Pretty sure it's the 12th. Not 100% sure though, but I'm pretty sure it's the 12th. Oh, it's the it is the 12th. No. Yeah, it's the 12th. Okay, so CPI comes out Thursday. What's up, team? Hey, what's up, Danny? DS, Damien. Yeah, it was cold, man. Yeah. Carol didn't think I was actually going to be able to do it. And the whole logic is like, I told her, I was like, I'm definitely top 3 most mentally strong people in the world right now, you know. But no, on a serious note, I'm pretty mentally strong. Like I can force myself to do things and kind of block it out. Most likely because when I was younger, I did like long distance running, and I think long distance runners learn to kind of block out pain a little bit easier, almost to their detriment sometimes because sometimes you can make yourself ignore pain when you shouldn't, you know. But regardless, I jumped in the pool very quickly. And Carol was like, "You're not going to do it," and then I jumped in it very quickly, and then I stayed in it for like 5 minutes. And once you're in there for like 5 minutes, you start to kind of, it doesn't hurt as much, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe that's a sign that I should have been getting out. So you're a short bias trader right now, Felix. That's okay, man. Listen, I get it. I don't know which way the market goes up. The market might fall back down. I don't know. I'm just looking at the market Friday and then this morning. We're gapping up almost to 390s on the SPY right now. The SPY is almost back up to 390s. It's plausible that if CPI report comes in good, low, then we test 400 again. I think that's a great sign for market activity right now. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying it's possible. Yeah, what's the crypto price right now? Bitcoin at 17.3. That's great. See if it actually holds. All right, and we do have Tilray earnings this morning too. So we don't really have any big economic releases this morning, but we've got Tilray earnings coming out at 7 a.m. which is a cannabis stock. Expectations are for 5-cent loss per share on revenue of 158.29 million. Do you think with the new house speaker, the market will start to move up? Maybe. I'm not sure. AYI earnings. I don't know about AYI. Yeah, we this morning we got AYI, Acuity Brand, CMC Commercial Metals, and then Tilray. Tilray's the most well-known one that I have heard of. Let's see if the market holds here. I'd love it to hold. Again, I want to see the market go up. I don't think I'm holding anything anymore, though, to be honest here. What's Disney at now? Yeah, Disney back up to 94s, bro. I'm trying to tell people, nobody ever listens to me, man. I try to tell people how to play these. Like, nobody ever listens to me, man. Yeah, you know how many people hated on the last time I was like, hey, I'm buying Disney, and I told people I had like an average price of Disney at like 89, 88 bucks a share. Disney at 94s now. Same thing with Google. I had an average price on Google of like 86, 85. It's almost up to 89 now. So it's like nobody listens, man. They don't understand. People get too biased. Mostly it's the shorts who just get really weird. Like, listen, shorts, we can disagree, and that's okay. You don't have to insult the people who disagree with you. You know what I mean? Like, that's the part of the stock market, is that we all have different views, and nobody's right until we're right. Anybody can be right at any point in time, and it doesn't matter. And so there's no point of insulting people who have opposing views to you in the stock market. It's a very childish, insecure thing to do. But for whatever reason, man, shorts specifically get really weird about it. And I'm not talking about you if you're short. You can be short. I'm short sometimes too, to be honest. But it's just something I've noticed. Yeah, I guess that's true straight. Yeah, I really don't want people to copy me, but people can learn from the trade ideas that I do have. You know, they can learn from them and understand like the point. Like, I'm not telling anybody to buy any individual. I'm not telling anybody to buy any individual stock, but what I tell people is very simple, and it works. And you can see it works in the last 2 trades that I've made money on. You can see it works in that a lot of traders get wrapped up in investing in terrible penny stock companies. Like they're buying up these really bad penny stock companies and they're just kind of sitting and wishing and hoping they come back. Right? You don't need to do that. Like blue chip companies are so easy in that regard to make money from long term because you can buy them and you can just sit on them. You know, and if you pick them correctly, which is like you pick healthy blue chips with low PE ratios, is what I do. I pick healthy blue chips with low PE ratios. It's got a low PE ratio, which is price over earnings, which means that the current price is not inflated, you know, relative to the earnings that, you know, the stock has. So you don't pick losing PE companies. You pick winning PE, low PE companies, and they need to be blue chips that you've heard of, that you know well, and then you just buy them and sit. You know, and if they go in your direction in the next month, great, you can take a little bit of profit and lock profit. And if they go in your direction in the next 6 months, great, you can take a little bit of profit. If it takes a year, that's okay too. But most of the time, if you pick these right after big drops, after big emotional fall downs, they're going to go in your direction very quickly. Generally, for me, it's like within 3 weeks, they're moving back up over my entry price, and I'm able to lock some profit in and make money from it. It's the easiest way to make money in the market on a you know, swing trading basis, in my opinion. And then if it doesn't go in your direction, say you get unlucky and the stock just drops on you really, really quickly, well, then now it can be a long-term hold, and a blue chip like that is gonna come back eventually. So like that type of blue chip will rebound eventually, and you'll make your money back if you're patient enough with it. You know, and now you correlate that to penny stocks, where a lot of people are just investing on them, hoping and wishing that they're going to come back, and very rarely do they. They're desperate for a squeeze. They're desperate for anything that can make their penny stock come back. It's just like, why bet against companies that are sketchy, you know, or why bet on companies that are shady? What's the purpose? It's Monday morning. Honestly, it's a big week for market activity, man. I don't think we have any big earnings this week, but like we've got today we have Tilray at 7. So Tilray drops in about an hour, you know. So yeah, Tilray drops earnings. Actually, in about 30 minutes, Tilray drops their earnings. So we'll see what we get on that, but Tilray is interesting. I mean, Tilray used to be up to $300 a share. Now Tilray is down to $3 a share, less than that, 298. Range is small. Cannabis stock. Q pull it back. So tech is not quite doing as good as stocks are, or as normal stocks. But the market's trying here. So do you hedge if it goes against you, or lock in losses? I don't do either of those things. I just wait if it goes against me. You know, like, okay, here's an example. All right, and we can use this last example as, you know, the last trade I got into. We can use that as an example here. Okay. So I did this with Disney, right? When Disney starts to hit 91s, 90s, I start to When Disney starts to hit 90s, I consider that my buy zone for Disney here. And I've been doing this for 6 months now. So if we look on like a 180-day chart, which I think is the best spot, Disney, every time it pulls back to 90s, I start to add to it, you know. And now this time Disney dropped all the way down to 84s, but I would either keep adding to it or I would just sit tight, because generally speaking, Disney's going to come back eventually. Disney owns Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN, has good EPS, has a low PE ratio for the most part, under 30 as a PE ratio. So Disney has under 30 PE, which means that like the price relative to the earnings are solid. And so with all of that, I'm just going to add to it as it hits $90, maybe a little bit underneath that. And then I'm just going to wait for it to get back over that. Generally speaking, that'll happen somewhere between the next 6 months to a year. And once that happens, it's one of the easier trades I can get involved with. And that's what I did. And so eventually I could just cut it and make my money and get out. And eventually Disney pushed all the way back up to 94s. Now, again, this is only going to work in large PE companies. And I certainly don't want people to copy the actual trades I'm getting involved with. But I think people can learn from it. I think a lot of people do the same thing, but they do it with penny stocks, and they just hope that the penny stock will make some big parabolic squeeze and they'll make their money back. And I just think that's a sucker's bet with penny stocks. I think with large caps, it's pretty simple to make money here, you know. And again, everybody, like I said, everybody doesn't have to copy me. Like, that's fine. But I do this a lot, you know, and I've been doing it for the last 6 months on stream, and it works really well, you know. And I told people where I bought Disney. After I bought Disney, I had people call me clown, and they called me all this different stuff when Disney was against me. And, you know, they saw me establish like a position, like an entry level on Disney of like 87s, 88s. You know, now Disney's at 94s, and nobody's saying anything about Disney now. You know, and that's just kind of how it goes. But the point is, in these trades is that you got to be able to hold them long term. If you can't hold them long term, don't take the strategy, because it's very risky if you can't do that. Like, I can sit on Disney for 2 years if I need to. I really can, with the amount of buying power I have, as well as you know, everything else. Like, I can sit on Disney for a long time if I really need to. And that's where the strategy gets its true edge, because I'm not rushed out of it. I don't need to make my money back right now. I can sit on it and wait. And Disney usually is going to come back eventually. And it did, you know. Most of the time it's going to be quick, but sometimes it might not be so fast. And so if you're going to take this trading strategy, remember, the point is to hold it long term. If you're not willing to hold it for a year plus, don't take the trade. You know, and that does kind of eliminate some people from being able to do it, because they don't have the buying power to sit. I think people need to understand that the real edge in markets, like, you can day trade and make money, and I day trade, of course, but the real edge in markets is really being able to hold large blue chip, low PE companies long term. You know, those companies are going to go up over time. You know, the S&P 500 gives you 8 to 12% a year on average. And so with that, you don't want to underestimate that edge. That's a profound edge that you have. And I'm basically looking to buy the companies that are going to do that cheap, and just letting time heal all wounds, so to speak, in that. And it works. It works really well. Yeah, Felix, man. You just sound emotional over there, bro, if you're calling me shitcoin, you know. Like I said, man, it's all right. Let it out, dude. Let it out, man. Let's see what happens with Disney moving forward. Like I said, most of the time the people that are acting like that just are really extended in like put options, you know. And so it's all good. All right, guys. So markets are looking good today. Remember, we do have CPI this week. Now, a lot of stuff could happen with CPI. I didn't call it Ishcoin, just some weird comments I read from your live on Twitter. Okay, well then you're all good then. Are shorts influencing the market price? I mean, they're going to influence it some. And again, I'm understanding short. Like, there's a bit like I'm not purely a long bias trader. A lot of people mistake me for that. I'm really not. Like, to be honest, there's some shorts that I think were really obvious over the last couple years. I didn't actually take them. I'd love to sit here and brag that I took them, but I didn't actually take them. But I did talk about these two companies a lot. I think if you're going to short, what you need to be shorting is not blue chips. I think if you're shorting blue chips, you're basically trying to predict a very small percentage scenario. Like, yeah, it's very difficult to predict a market crash. But like, if you're going to short, in my opinion, you need to be shorting mid caps. Mid caps are generally inflated. Like software mid caps, like, are generally inflated. People think they're worth more than they really are. A lot of them are hyped up, not really super profitable companies yet. And a lot of their stories can change very, very quickly. And so it's like, look at Peloton, for instance, right? Peloton has been one that I've been very outspoken about on the downside. I've been very bearish on Peloton. And if you look at it over the last year, it's dropped from $40 down to $8.90s. It's still a large enough cap stock where you're going to be able to find and locate shorts. But it's still bad enough of a company where the momentum on the downside is obvious. Same thing with like, there's been a few of them like this. The same thing with like, what was the other one? Peloton. Guys, what was the other short that I always talk about? It's Peloton and something else. What is it? It's Peloton and something else. BYND. Yeah, that's right. BYND. Yeah, so like Peloton, Beyond Meat. If you look at Beyond Meat at the beginning of the year, it's at $74 a share. And so this is really what happens to a lot of these companies. They overestimate their market worth. They overestimate their value. And yeah, this is what happens. CPI is Consumer Price Index. It judges inflation. It's one of the most important inflationary gauges. The Fed actually uses a mix of like other stuff, but like CPI is it's the biggest stream we do here on this channel every weekday. Hey, thank you, SPAC, my guy. Thank you, brother. Shout out to SPAC with a big donation coming in, man. Thank you. Shout out to SPAC with that big donation, brother. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate it. Hope you're doing good, brother. Yeah, with the market, honestly, hopefully we get some good stuff coming through this week, man. The market's been kind of chaotic, dude. And CPI this week, we've got CPI this week. We've got CPI this week. I disagree about BYND. This is with CPI, we have a lot of potential momentum coming through here, specifically on CPI day, which is Thursday. If the market continues to hold over 290s, then it's plausible that we hit 3 or 4. I mean, I'm sorry, on the SPY. It's plausible that we hit 400 on CPI day or sometime. But yeah, thanks again, SPAC. That's amazing, brother. Thank you so much, man. Hey, what's up, Raphael? Hey, man. Yeah, it's funny. It's like we get those squeeze traders in here, and then we tell them the truth. And so we kind of trick them into joining the stream, and they think we're just going to pump up some penny stock, and then we tell them the truth. That happened no other way, though. But yeah, we appreciate you, Raphael. SPAC, my guy. Thank you, brother. You don't have to donate so much, though, man. I'm okay, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you, though. I genuinely appreciate it, man. Yeah, no. I don't think you're emotional, Raphael. I wasn't saying you were, brother. What I was saying was that I bring a lot of those people in here and I tell them the truth. I'd have it no other way, man. I bring a lot of the squeeze traders in here and I tell them the truth, dude. You're all good. I appreciate you. Be supportive and reasonable headed, man. So it's all good, dude. Thanks for giving me the truth. You helped me a lot. Elon, hey, all good, Raphael. All good, man. Did Elon resign? No. Are you just trolling? Now I gotta check this. Yeah, PayPal I'm just incredibly skeptical on, to be honest here. Yeah, I don't think he resigned. But yeah, the problem with Beyond Meat is simple, man. Beyond Meat, the big problem with it is that I think they overestimated their market interest. You know, like Beyond Meat, the real problem is I think they overestimated their market interest here. You know, with Beyond Meat, I just don't think they have the consumer base that are truly interested in their in their products. I just don't think they have it. You know, I think that Beyond Meat is really expensive. You know, I just don't think they have the big consumer base that they want with their stuff. You know, and so I think that the interest has dwindled. People don't like them like that anymore. And you know, it's one of those things where we're seeing it just have a big downfall. Oh, I got to do a poll today. That's true. Let me do a poll. My bad. Does the SPY hit 400 this week? Yes or no? But in the poll, does the SPY hit 400 this week? You know what you guys think? Does the SPY hit 400 this week? Yeah, Jay Powell is talking this week in Sweden, so he talks. So Jay Powell talks tomorrow, I believe, this week, right? Yeah, it should be an interesting week, man. I'm excited for the month, or for this week, man. I really am. We got CPI Thursday, Jay Powell talking tomorrow. We've got Tilray earnings this morning, dropping in about 13 minutes for Tilray earnings. So y'all be ready for Tilray stuff. That does drop this morning. Today we have Tilray earnings at 7. So in about 13 minutes, we've got Tilray, TLRY earnings. We also have CPI this week. We've got Jerome Powell speaking tomorrow. What drops this morning? We don't really have any big economic releases this morning. Nothing major, at least. Not today. So no big releases or anything like that. but it'll be a fun week. Like I said, we got Jerome Powell tomorrow. What is Jerome Powell speaking on? Tuesday. All right, so Jerome Powell is supposed to be speaking. Let me see, Tuesday. So he has a discussion. It's not a speech. It's a discussion at the Central Bank Independence at this Ranges Symposium in Sweden. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. I hope I am. Yeah. So yeah, we'll sign up for that. We'll stream that for sure here if we can. Let's see if we can set this up so we can actually do it. And good luck, Savage. All right, guys. So yeah, we do have the Jerome Powell speech Wednesday or Tuesday. I'm sorry. We're trying to get it signed up right now. It's by Rick's Bank International Symposium. So we're trying to get signed up right now. We got the. All right, guys. So the queue is popping up to 269s. Almost up to 270s here. We'll see if it actually holds. Yeah, markets are rallied a little bit, honestly, man. Remember, we got 7 minutes before the actual earnings for we got 7 minutes before the actual earnings for Tilray come out. Expectational numbers for the earnings for Tilray are for 5-cent loss per share and 158.29 million in sales revenue. So it'll be interesting to peep out what happens there. Have you ever taken a trade you were against, made money, and still didn't like it? Oh, for sure, man. Everybody has, you know. Like, I certainly have, you know. Like I've certainly taken a trade, made money, and been like, damn, that was risky. I shouldn't have done that. You know, I think everybody has. You know what I mean? But that's okay as long as you learn from it and you don't let that influence your future trades. Like it's not the winning or losing that you should hate. It's more so the feeling that you get when you're in the trade that you should dislike. You know. What are y'all's expectations for CPI? Look at the market pump. Tesla moving up. It's over 115. The Q moving up. SPY still trying to move up a little bit here. But yeah. And so for expectational numbers here, the market watch hasn't refreshed yet. Let me check the economic calendar here for Thursday. Because Thursday is when CPI comes out. And yeah, here's Thursday. Thursday, we got a lot of stuff. Expectations are for 5.9%. Or no, that's different, the wrong one. So expectations are for I'll have to go back and check what the expectations are for this. What's the CPI expectations? Can anybody find it? Yeah, I use Market Watch, you know, a solid amount. It's not the only thing I use. I use a mix of everything, to be honest here. But for whatever reason, Market Watch doesn't have a... So expectations for CPI year over year, 6.6%, which is low. Hopefully that's what we show, 6.6%. Yeah, guys. All right, we got 4 minutes before the actual Tilray data comes out. 4 minutes. Yeah, do you think we're going to come in hot or low relative to that 6.6%? Hey, what's up, Beach? Yeah, y'all go check out Beach Bub's channel. He's got some great content, great swing trading stuff for sure. We got almost 300 people here already before 7. And again, Tilray numbers drop at 7, so that'll be interesting to see if we get some good stuff. Natural gas down 35% in December. Inflation probably down or flat. Hopefully so. Hopefully that's correct. I just want to see the market rip. I think we could. Tesla back over volume weighted average price. I couldn't buy the dip here. I'm not actually able to. We're still waiting for the earnings to drop, which should be out pretty soon. So earnings should be out in about a minute and a half. All right, guys, less than a minute before the Tilray earnings drop. What are y'all's expectations for Tilray earnings here? Let me know. Let's check to see what they are. They should be showing up right around now. Again, I don't know how much these are going to really influence stuff, but here's Tilray right in the middle here. At 302s currently as we speak, 302s. All right, guys, let's see what the Tilray earnings showed up as. They should be showing up right around now here. Let me make sure we got them. All right, there's Tilray dropping pretty substantially from this result. Let's see what we show up as here, team. I don't think Tilray's out yet. If you guys have them before I do, let me know. I don't see Tilray numbers yet. Let me check another site here. All right, so there we go. Here's Tilray numbers. Tilray numbers are out. EPS of minus 11 cents, adjusted EPS of minus 6 cents. So those were worse than expected. Again, noticeably worse than expected EPS here. Not noticeably, but worse than expected EPS. Again, they showed EPS of minus 11 cents, adjusted EPS of minus 6 cents. Let's see if we get any other data here. I don't see any other data. They dropped their numbers. Net revenue of 144 million. So they came in lower than expected on everything. Net revenue, EPS, both lower than expected here. So 144.1 million versus so again, they showed 144.1 million on EPS expectations of 158.29 million, 5-cent loss per share expected, and they showed 11-cent loss per share. So Tilray tanking here, dropping now. Yeah, maybe, man. Tesla still ripping up, but yeah, Tilray. I mean, these cannabis companies, I just don't trust them at all, you know, whatsoever. Yeah, I just don't trust these cannabis companies whatsoever, man. Too much risk. Yeah, I mean, cannabis stocks, I think there's risks on multiple different sides. Like, I think the problem with these cannabis stocks is like everybody's waiting for legalization. And to be honest, I think we should legalize. I think it's obvious that cannabis is objectively less harmful than alcohol and a lot of other stuff that are freely sold through drive-ins and gas stations across the country. I think cannabis is objectively less harmful. Alcohol is far more harmful, not only just in a toxicology point, but in an inebriation point as well. It's far more severe inebriation in alcohol, obviously, than cannabis. And I think it's a self-evident, obvious thing I think we have cannabinoid receptors in our brain. That means that humans have evolved consuming cannabis to a certain extent. And they also show that cannabis reduces inflammation, which means that it is not something that's completely foreign to the human body. What reduces inflammation in humans are things that our bodies are used to. So, like if you think of what superfoods are things that hunter gatherers picked, like strawberries or blueberries, really, because those are the least foreign things to our bodies. If you think about what causes inflammation, and inflammation is the root cause of most or almost every problem that humans face medically are caused by inflammation. Like cancer is caused by inflammation, acne is caused by inflammation. If you think about that, that means that cannabis is not foreign to the human body. Things that are foreign, like processed sugar, white flour, those do cause inflammation, right? Because those are foreign to our bodies. Our bodies aren't used to those things because we couldn't consume those things historically. Uh, and so, with that in mind, cannabis is shown to reduce inflammation. And so, the fact that something like that is criminalized, and the fact that it's mostly being lobbied against by pharmaceutical companies because they're scared that they're scared that their synthetic drugs are going to be overtaken by something that's a little bit more natural that reduces inflammation and cures the same things that they are building for, is just a ridiculous part of the world culture at this point in time. And I think it's inevitable that cannabis will eventually be legal. The problem with these cannabis companies, though, is that even if cannabis is legalized, that's going to open up more competition to these companies as a whole anyway. Like if these companies, a lot of them are in Canada or niche markets in the States where they're legal, if they open up cannabis worldwide, then that's going to bring a lot more competition to them. So I don't think we're going to get, like, we might get a big boost in these stocks. I really don't know what the reaction is going to be, but I'm not completely sold that it's going to just boost all cannabis companies when national federal legalization happens. Yeah, but that's John, that's a silly thing, man. Would you say the same about alcohol, John? Would you say that alcohol messes her mind up? Like again, the only people that still do that are people that have very rarely ever consumed it. So they don't really understand it, and they just kind of don't, they just kind of critique what they don't understand. Um, Again, from a toxicology standpoint, cannabis is far less toxic to the human body. It causes far less inebriation than alcohol does. Uh, Far, far, far less problems on your body as well as your mental problems with cannabis and alcohol. And it's not really arguable either. I think it's just an obvious, self-evident thing at this point. The real question is, when does federal legalization happen? The banks don't want to touch it, and I understand that for sure. But yeah, when does federal legalization happen? Yeah, abusing anything is bad though. Like over consuming anything is not good, right? But that's not an argument against cannabis. That's an argument against sugar. Sugar kills more people a year than cannabis does. Coca-Cola, like a lot of people are like, "Oh, drugs are bad," but it's like, and I agree with them. Okay, like I agree with them. Like overusing drugs is terrible, but like sodas are far more toxic to the human than cannabis ever will be. But nobody wants to have that talk because everybody's drinking constant sodas every day. uh, and so it's just kind of like sugars are bad, sodas are bad. Coffee is a drug. You wake up and drink coffee every day to get a boost of energy. um, Coffee's a drug. I'm drinking coffee right now. And so I think it's not about legalizing another drug. It's about having an even standard of things that are legal. You can't have objectively more harmful things being sold and then critique something that's less harmful. It's just not logical. um, But yeah, with that said, Tilray not doing great, dropping worse than expected EPS, worse than expected sales revenue. So not doing that hot right now. which certainly isn't good for your lungs. Well, yeah, of course not. Smoking anything is bad, right? But cigarettes are legal, something far more harmful for your lungs, you know? So, I mean, again, even standard is necessary here. A lot of things are bad for you, but the real question here is, does it hurt other people? Aside from the ones that consume it. No, it doesn't. And I think that's the point you have to look at it from is, I'm for legalizing anything that I'm for people doing whatever they want as long as it doesn't hurt other people. And if that's the case, then I'm sure you could find some obscure argument on why cannabis indirectly hurts people, but you can do that with anything. You can do that with Cheetos. Doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean that it shouldn't be out there. It's within a margin, I guess. But SPY popping up at 389. Let's see if we can break 390s today. Yeah, Tesla's ripping up here. Tesla just popped 117s, guys. 117s for Tesla. Will it continue? Let's see. Q up to 260s or 270s basically for the Q here. So what's Tesla popping up from? Is there any reason for this pop? Let's see. Tesla reportedly extends delivery time for some Model Y vehicles overseas, is what this is. So Tesla extending delivery time for Model Y vehicles overseas. Tesla at 117s. Let's see if Tesla bounces back, man. Tesla has really been the drag on the U.S. market over the last, really, look at the 20-day chart. Really rough 20-day chart. Here's a 90-day chart. Pretty rough 90-day chart. Here's a 180-day chart. Very rough time for Tesla over the last, however long. Let's see if we finally get a bounce back. I'm for Tesla bouncing back because that means that the market's going to bounce back with it. It's really hard for the market to do great when Tesla, one of the largest stocks included in it, is just struggling every day. So market's starting to pump back. We're at 390s right now, 390s. Tesla consolidating here. We have this high right around 116s. Market's still pumping up really nicely at 389.70s throughout the morning today, so that's good. Pretty boy, yeah, I saw you say something where you said you lost some money and you need me to help you. Listen, I'm not an investment professional, man. I have no idea what anything's going to do. Not liable for any losses. No idea what anything's going to do. We're really just kind of covering free. We're covering data for everybody for free. We're not really telling people to do anything. And so always make your own trading, stay safe, not investment professionals. I use Thinkorswim and Quant Tower is what I use. A little mix of both Thinkorswim and Quant Tower. Yeah, the Chat GPT, that's a really interesting piece of technology. I've been using it all back and forth off and on for a couple weeks now. It's really interesting. Chat GPT gives wrong answers. Does it really? Interesting. Powell speaks again tomorrow. We'll see if the market holds here. We're waiting. All right, market's starting to pop up a little bit here. Yeah, it's really interesting for programmers. I think it's one of the more interesting tools because it will auto program stuff for you. So I think for developers, it's really interesting in that way because it will code stuff for you, which is useful. All right, guys, so we are pulling back down here. We are 116s on Tesla, 116.50s. Yeah, but I don't know if I would actually follow the trading bot that it gives you, for chat GPT. I just don't know if I would do that. I believe it's useful for code, but I don't know if I'd trust it to actually trade for me. You know what I mean? That's the big risk, I think, is having that thing trade for you. I don't know about that for me. Bro, when am I getting my blue check mark? Twitter. Oh, I got my blue check mark. There it is. Okay, I did get my blue check mark. I am blue check marked up on Twitter. Yes. Good. All right, guys. So today we don't really have any big economic releases today. Nothing really big today, in all honesty. Inflation expectations at 11. We got Bostic speaking at 12:30. Nothing else really super interesting, to be honest here. I'm a little bit tempted to buy this. I might actually buy this right here and see if we can get into something. I like the dip. See if we can move back up to test highs. I think it's going to depend on what Tesla does here too, though. I want to buy the SPY below 300. All right, well, good luck, man. You have to be really patient with that. You know? Did you get into any trades yet? Yeah, we just got into one trade. And just a little small trade. I mean, we mostly trade after the opening bell. We might get into swing trades and stuff. but we're not going to take any big trades, you know, super early. All right, so we are in 50 shares. I'm kind of tempted to buy Tesla on the dip down here too. There's Tesla starting to creep back up some. Yeah. Ever start those cold showers? Honestly, like I said, I jumped in my pool last night. I heard about cold water therapy and about how beneficial it was, and so I actually tried it. It must have been, I don't know how cold my pool was, but it was like 45, 50 degrees outside, and so the pool had to be at least 30 degrees. And so I jumped in it last night, stayed in it for about 5 minutes. No, I didn't buy Tesla today. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out right now. Tesla pulling back some. That's not going to be good for my trades. Bro, y'all don't ever fall for binary option scams. I see so many scammers. That usually takes a lot of practice. Honestly, I'm pretty strong mentally. Like I have a pretty decent amount of like willpower. I can make myself I'm definitely top 3, you know, cold water therapy people in the world right now. No, but I jumped in for 5 minutes and just chilled. I jumped right into. Carol didn't believe I would. I jumped straight in that thing, man. I don't know. I don't know if it was just hype. Like I got in it, I stayed in it for like 5 minutes, and then I got out, and then I didn't jump right back into like a warm bath or anything like that. I dried myself off, but then I just let myself warm up naturally, is what they say you have to do. I slept good last night. I fell asleep really early. Slept good. Maybe that'll help my sleep. I don't really need much help with my sleep though. I'm usually okay with it. All right, guys. So SPY started to dip down a little bit. I don't know if I want to add to it. Okay, there we go. Just popped right back up. Let's see if we actually hold. I didn't really have any pain. Yeah, I didn't really have any pain. Market's moving back up though. Should I add more to this? Yeah, well, it got colder last night though, Chris. So like throughout the weekend, it wasn't super cold. It was actually pretty hot throughout the weekend. It only got cold last night. My son's birthday was over the weekend. We got him a drum set. Dude, I've probably been playing on that drum set more than he has. Yeah. Cold showers for sure. All right, so again, we are in the SPY here. Part of me wants to add a little bit more to this. I guess I will. We'll take 75 shares. We'll see if Tesla bounces. Tesla's had a decent pullback now. And so, you know, we'll see if we get a little pop now. Tesla might start bouncing back up. If that does, it should drag the SPY up. At least that's the idea here. Let me get the Tilray. All right, guys. So it's CPI week. Honestly, it's a big week for market activity. It should be really interesting today or this week. Tomorrow, we've got Jerome Powell speaking. And then Thursday, we got CPI. So a lot of stuff happening this week that should hopefully give us some positive influences over market activity. At least that's what I'm hoping here. Who knows if that's what we're going to get, but that's what I'm hoping. We'll see if we get it. I think the CPI is expected to show up as, let me see if we can find it. .6% is the expectations. 6.6%. So what do you guys think? We're going to come in hot or low? Higher or lower CPI than expected here, team? What do you guys think? What drum set did you get? I got him an Encore 4-piece. It was like $400. But yeah, he had fun. I had a drum set when I was young, and so I can play it a little bit, not a ton, you know. But I could play it enough to teach him how to play it. And he liked it. He's been going up there. It's on our 3rd story, and so he's going up there a couple times a day to play with it by himself, which is good. I'm letting him learn by himself. It's all about learning how to do the bass. Like, it's hard to explain, but he's got to learn how to do the bass pedal and keep beat with the snare and a hi-hat and stuff. But it was fun. 6.5% is my guess. What's your expectations for CPI, guys? Again, expectations for analysts are for 6.6%. 6.6%. If we do 6.5%, that's great. That should cause upward movements in markets. Again, I don't know if that's what we're going to get. We can only hope. But 6.6% is what's expected here. 6.6%. We'll see if that's what we show or not. But yeah, that's what everybody's kind of waiting on. 6.6% is what's expected. Last time we came in a little bit underneath that, or a little bit over that. We came in at 7.1% last time. And so this time 6.6% is what's expected. If we do under that, that's great. That means positive signs for pricing and inflation. We do over that, that's not great. That means negative signs for inflation. So yeah, we'll see if we do higher or lower. Let me know what you guys think. 6.2, 6.4. I hope we do 6.2 or 6.4. After sitting back for 2 years and just watching how the market moves, I have a better understanding. Yeah. Look past year over year to month over month. Yeah, well, month over month expectations, it looks like are for, we find it, Bloomberg should have it. Let me see what Bloomberg shows here. So yeah, month over month, 0.1% is what's expected. So a 0.1% increase month over month to inflation is the problem. All right, look at Tesla pop. So that should be good for my trade here. We're going to add one more 25 share position. We got 100 shares now. So 100 shares here. Yeah. Goldman Sachs is cutting 3,200 jobs. Biggest cut since 18. Yeah, I mean that's the trend now. Like right now, the trending thing is to cut jobs, and that's been causing upward movements in stocks. So like people have been cutting jobs, and then the market's been going up from it. So that's kind of how it's been. I don't know if it's going to continue, but I think a lot of big companies have been doing job cuts in hopes that they're going to start to get some rebounds in some of their price. But who knows, man? It's definitely a trend right now for markets. All right, so we're at 100 shares of the SPY right now. It's a very small trade. Again, we're not going to plan to sit in this forever. Market's finally pulling back a little bit. We're down slightly here. Tesla's starting to dip down too. Some. All right, so we're finally green here. All right, wow, man. Look at the market pop. We're going to take half of this off now and just lock in profit. Look at Tesla pop up, Q pop it up. We bought the dip. We got 50 shares left now, so we cut a little bit of it. And we'll see if we get some more price action. But look at Tesla rip here. Again, we bought the dip right around the volume weighted average price. Works really well. We can time it right. We'll take a little bit more off, so we only have 25% of the original position left, and we can just kind of be patient and try to let the rest run up a little bit more if we can. There's a move. We're testing 290s right now, so or 390s. I mean, and Tesla really is what did it. It might start to retrace back here, but that's okay. A little $25 trade in pre-market, but man, look at the market start to pump. Q's up, Tesla up. Is there a catalyst for this? I don't think there's any big releases today for market activity. Let me check it out. Let me see if we find anything good today. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take the rest off. We might add some more to this. We're just gonna lock in our gains on the day. I'll take it. Just lock in the money we made so far, and then maybe add back. I think we caught the bounce in Tesla. Like I said, the whole thesis of the trade really was that Tesla has been positively influencing the market. We got a nice little pullback here, and that might set us up to be able to catch a bounce when Tesla bounced, and that's exactly what we got. So that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, Burrow did great. Yeah, I don't think anything else big is out right now. Maybe wrong though, but I don't think anything else big is out right now. I don't think anything else drops today. I looked at what we had. I don't think we have anything major here. Yeah, upward wedge continuation. Yeah, I mean that's it. Looks like something. Definitely an ascending trend. Big momentum on the upside, pullback, stuff like that. So that doesn't look bad. Q still pumping up too, so tech is getting a ride up some as well. I don't think I'm holding anything though outside of this trade. No, not really. Market's finally starting to dip down some. We do opening trading today. Yeah, we do opening trading every day. So every day we trade the opening bell. That's kind of what we do here. It's the main part of the stream. Yeah, I mean, I took a little scalp. We're not really holding anything big, you know. So we're not holding anything like significant in terms of swings or investing. We're already pretty flat and everything. We got out of Disney and Google last week, I believe. And now we're just kind of sitting here waiting for some movement. But the SPY just broke 390s here. So the SPY over 390s is at 390.05 right now. So 390.05. Look at the SPY pump here, man. That's a big move. It's great. And hopefully it continues. Very volatile market, not a good day to trade. Tesla was a banger last week. Yeah, consumer credit an hour before close. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, when we cover stuff here, there's a scale of the significant stuff, and right now, today there's nothing really significant. So like I look at it in terms of like what's significant and what's not. Consumer confidence is okay, but it's not really major. Like the biggest thing is like CPI, which is Thursday of this week, is probably the biggest catalyst that we'll get here in the stock market, especially for this live stream. After that, we get like CPI, then we get any Jerome Powell speech or FOMC rate hike decision. So it goes CPI, rate hike decision, and press conference, Jerome Powell speeches, and then you get like PPI, GDP, unemployment, non-farm data, and then after that you get like jobless claims and earnings. But that's kind of the scale of like big versus small, like what catalysts are big versus small. Consumer confidence is just not that big of a catalyst. It's just not that important. Not a lot of people really pay attention to it. And so in terms of like market reactions, that's kind of how it goes. And this week we got a few things. We got a Jerome Powell press conference. We've got the CPI report. So those are two very big catalysts this week. And we will stream the full press conference from JP tomorrow, as well as CPI. Obviously Thursday we're going to be streaming CPI, Yeah, so SPY right around 399, testing it now. So yeah, SPY is trying it right now. All right, so Jerome Powell is going to be on panel 3 of tomorrow's thing. I'm trying to see where I could watch the actual press conference tomorrow. I'm trying to see where the actual live stream for this will be. But yeah, market's pulling back by 390. This is not unexpected here. I mean, 390 is going to be a major resistance level. Now, we'll see if we can hold, but I wouldn't. It's not the end of the world that we didn't immediately break 390. Like, generally speaking, we're going to test these levels, pick up, like, consolidate, try to pick up some steam, and then make another push. Hopefully that's what we get, but yeah, I'm trying to see how we can find the symposium with Jerome Powell tomorrow. Like, where can we watch it? That's what I'm trying to see. Like, where can we watch the actual release? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Calendar, speeches and presentations. Maybe this is where it is. All right, so we got a little dip in the SPY here. I kind of want to buy this dip, just a small share size, 50 shares. See if we get a rebound back up to test 390 again. That's kind of what I want to do. Now, again, I don't know if that's what we're going to get, but I'd like to see a test 390 again. All right, so we're starting to move up a little bit here. $110. It's the International Symposium on Bank. How do you watch this, though? You know, like, let me check chat. Maybe you guys know. Well, yeah, it's sometimes streamed to YouTube. All right, so we bought the dip here. I thought we had a better entry, but we're about break even right now. All right, so we got over 400 people here, guys. It's not even 8 a.m. yet, and we appreciate you all. Let's keep the growth up here. Yeah, usually, I mean, I sign up to most of these things, man. Usually I can find them easier than this, man. They're making this one either hard to find. Either this one's closed to just journalists, or yeah, we'll have to figure it out. I'll have to reach out and see. I mean, I'll still stream it anyway, but this one's, you know, not as easy, I guess. All right, so we're pretty flat in this now. Let's see if they might have like a press conference somewhere where we can watch it. Anyways, my trade's moving up a little bit here. So we're up small in this. And I like this. This is enough to be somewhat feel safer in this somewhat, but not quite enough for me to feel like I should take profit yet. And we're going to just be as patient as we can with this and see what we get. We can look at the PDF file here. Maybe there's going to be a link in the PDF file. Okay, well, the page isn't even that long, man. Yeah, I don't know how to watch this thing, man. It says yet. All right, so we're starting to move up on the SPY here. We are starting to creep up on the SPY. All right, so we're slightly red on the trade now. Tesla's starting to pull back some. We'll see if we actually hold this now or not. Tesla dipping down some. Let's see if we can find a support level and then use that. Let's look at 1675 here. If we can't break that, we'll just cut this one too. All good. Q still trying to push up some. But yeah, so I guess the only thing I can gather here. The only thing, what's up, Tiny? Good morning. Good morning. The only thing I can really gather here is that the Jerome Powell meeting is closed to everybody else tomorrow. That's the only thing I can really gather here. If not, you were supposed to sign up. It says you have to sign up before January 4th. So we're a week late and sign up if we want to watch it. But that doesn't make any sense, you know. They said it's only open to journalists, but it's like, okay, well then how is anybody else supposed to watch it? If anybody knows, let me know, because I have no idea what they're doing over there with these conferences. Yeah. The Lions, Tiny. Hey, how you doing, Tiny? Hope you're doing good. All right, so market started to pull back some. Again, we're going to see if we can hold this. If we can't, all good. We'll cut it. And, you know, we got a little cushion. What's up, Kenny? Hey, what's up, Pawn? Hey, what's up, Kyle? Thinking short the SPY at the open. Yeah, I'll probably end up cutting this trade. It's just dropping a little bit too much. It might actually bounce back, but like we're gonna just lock in the profit that we have on the day and just take it easy now. Could the Christmas shopping boost the CPI index? It could. Who knows if it will? You know, it's one of those things where we want it lower. So we want a lower number for CPI. I think expectations today are for Thursday are 6.6%. See, there's the bounce right there at 116.75 that I wanted. I don't know if it's enough to influence the market positively, but like that's the bounce we wanted here. So I don't know. We'll see if the SPY starts to pop back up a little bit now. Yeah, Powell's going to talk tomorrow, right? But how do you watch the talk, though? You know, like how do you watch the conference? Is the question here. You know. Now we'll see if the market bounces back up. Q at 270s, Tesla at 117s. SPY still dropping here. We tapped 390. So we did tap 390. Now we'll see if we hold the volume weighted average price and continue to move up. So we did tap 390 here. Yeah, all good, VWAP. Thank you so much, brother. I hope we all kill it in 23, man. I really do. I hope we all do great in 23. 'Tis the time to do good. We'll see if we do. I'm hoping we do. You know. Q trying to pull back a little bit now. Yeah, Powell will reaffirm his commitment to bringing average inflation to 2%. We're already there. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's probably the case. Yeah, he's been talking about 2% for a while now. We'll see if he actually hits it this year, though. I mean, that's the real question. Will we get 2% in 2023? I don't think it's likely that we do. I think we could try. Calls for Tesla. No, I'm not going to buy Tesla calls right now. I just don't trust it enough. I think there's too much risk. Yeah, no, I could do this. And y'all can see it better. If y'all like this better, let me know. Which one do y'all like better? Y'all like this one or the other one? I'm sure y'all probably like this one more since it's a little bit more readable on the chart. All right, so markets are consolidating right now. It's almost 8 a.m. Not quite 8 a.m. yet. If we don't, it's going to be a sideways market for a few years. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I think we're extended on the downside, though. So I think there's some arguments for a downward extension, and maybe we rebound. But yeah, Tesla, there's just too much. It's too vulnerable to downward pressure. You know, with Elon being outspoken politically, it's too open to downward pressure here, unfortunately. You know, like that's the real risk. All right, so now we are bouncing at the volume weighted average price. Tesla's starting to move back up. It's at 117. Let's see if we break 390 today. We did a poll earlier. Let's see what the poll said. So we did do a poll earlier. Did I never switch the thumbnail? I thought we did a different thumbnail. So we did a poll. We said, does the SPY hit 400 this week? 58% say yes. We're right around 390s now. So we're right around 390s here. I don't know. What's your plan for the opening? My plan for the opening is just to stay small and wait for favorable, easier to predict price momentum. That's it. That's basically all I'm doing. Just waiting for easy trades, hopefully, to find at the opening bell. Doesn't mean we're going to find stuff like that, but that's essentially what I'm looking for. It's just a little bit easier trades to get involved with at the opening bell. I'm looking for price fluctuations and swings. I will be using Chart Prime. I will be using Chart Prime, and we're going to be trading Top Step at the opening bell in futures. If you don't know what Top Step is, guys, Top Step is a funded account program in futures. What they do is they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between $50,000 to $150,000 with a 90% split. If you look at the E-mini here in the middle, right? This is CPI week this week. There's a lot of stuff you can trade. You'll notice like this middle chart is the same as this left chart right here. It's the same price action. It's the same momentum. And so if you want to day trade, a lot of new traders get stuck day trading penny stocks, but like futures are going to be far easier to trade. In my opinion, I'm not saying any of them are actually easy, but it's going to be a lot easier to trade futures, and there's no PDT restrictions in the futures market. And when you trade futures, you're essentially trading the S&P 500. And so again, you can trade futures with no PDT rule, instant settlement, shorting ability, all that good stuff. And on Top Step, it's the most legit funded program in the world. What they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and passing their phases, then they fund you. And they fund thousands of traders a year. They pay out millions of dollars every year. They're the most legit futures funded program in the world. And again, they pay out millions of dollars every year in trading. They fund thousands of traders a year. And again, here's the base package. It's less than $150 a month. They are a sponsor of mine, and so they pay me money. So I'm certainly biased in their favor, but it's genuinely useful for traders. So again, the base one, less than $150 if you use my link. Your profit target is 3K. So you have to hit 3K in that demo without losing over $2,000 a day and following the rest of these rules, which is a reasonable ratio. Like 2 to 3 ratio is pretty reasonable. And again, it's a great way to condition yourself to be a better trader. What people don't understand is that regardless of whether you get funded or not, it's going to make you a better trader. It's going to build you into a better trader and condition you to follow rules, to have risk management systems, all that good stuff. And so if you lose, it's not the end of the world. If you win, you got the potential to make money. And once you're funded, there's a 90% split. And so genuinely useful in building up your trading skill, as well as if you're a good enough trader, you can potentially get funded. So if you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel. It's called Top Step. You can get 20% off if you use my link, and I'll post the link in chat. So yeah, there's the link in chat if you're interested in checking it out. Again, great way to help support the channel. Link is also in the description. And yeah, we'll see if we get the bounce at the volume weighted average price. Again, here's the E-mini, which is the futures contract at the SPY. Basically, the S&P 500 is technically what it is. Hey, nice pawn. All right, and I did get my blue check mark on Twitter, man. Look at me. Just living life on Twitter. Finally got my blue check mark. I got to post something. All right, SPY, break it down. Tesla with a big pullback here. So some big sell orders coming through now. But yeah, look at that big sell order coming through for Tesla here. Down to 117s. Q pulling back to 270s here too. All right, so I got to post something to Twitter here. The question is, does the SPY hit 400 this week? We're going to do it on Twitter. Hit that like button as well, guys. Hit the subscribe button too. Look at a day-long poll here. Hopefully this week I can start day trading again. Hey, good luck, man. I find painting kind of relaxing. OCGN volume. I don't trade penny stocks anymore. Tesla with a big dip here, big pullback. Q pulling back some as well. Again, vote on the poll right now. Here is the poll. We asked people, does the SPY hit 400 this week? Vote on that poll. Let us know. I'll consider it a favor if you hit that sub button or hit that follow button on my Twitter page, guys. We certainly appreciate it. Yeah, crypto's up. I mean, the whole market's up, really. So the market's looking good, man. So the whole market is kind of awoken here. Tesla at 116.40s, Q up there too. Yeah, nice, man. Yeah, Bitcoin's starting to creep back up here, team. So will Bitcoin hold over 17K? Bitcoin is at 17.3 as of this morning here. Do you think this is a bullish week? Really, I have no idea. I think it's all going to depend on what CPI shows up as. I think if CPI is good, I think if CPI is good, then we could have some good responses in markets this week. Obviously, if CPI comes in high, then that's definitely not good, and that can be some bad responses in markets. So it depends on what CPI shows up as. It depends on what Jerome Powell says tomorrow as well. There is a Jerome Powell press conference. I can't figure out for the life of me how to access it. But there is a press conference tomorrow with speeches. Maybe they're going to post the link, tomorrow sometime. But I can't figure out how to watch this page. Market's starting to dip down. Still pretty bullish day though. Tesla's starting to bounce right at the volume weighted average price here too. So Tesla's starting to pop. Still got a little bit of time before the opening bell though. Dude, I have lost. In poker today, bro, I have lost so many all-ins with the best hand. It's not even funny, dude. Maybe just bad variance today. Ace queen versus ace 8, lose. Kings versus 7s, lose. You know, it's bad luck for me, I guess, man. I mean, we're still not down much, but just bad variance today, man. Last week we had some great variance, you know, but still. Pairs are better. Nah, I mean, what I'm in is turbo, right? So I'm in turbos right now, right? So turbo sit and goes. The strategy's a little bit different. So like, what you got to do is, you got to with turbo sit and goes. You have to be really, nitty in the beginning, right? So in the first few levels of the sit and go, you have to just play only the best hands. Once you get past a certain point, then you need to start being a little bit more aggressive because the blinds go up really, really quickly. And so after a certain point, you need to start to move up from being really careful to being a little bit more aggressive and stealing people's blinds and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, we're net profitable at it. Like today's just kind of like a, you know, high variance or a unlucky day. It is like poker is kind of one of those things, just like trading, where you're going to experience positive and negative variance. Like sometimes you're going to do everything right and still lose in poker. And my graph goes up long term. Oh, that's a ridiculous saying, Ace. Poker is the only game that you're not playing against the casino. Like, you can't blame poker if you're mentally weak and end up, you know, getting addicted to gambling. Poker's not really gambling as well. Poker is more so a... poker and blackjack are the only two games at the casino where you're not playing against the house. You know, like most of the time, people who are addicted to gambling, most of the time they'll play like slot machines, right? And slot machines are sucker bets. Like slot machines, the odds are just stacked against you. You know, like slot machines are just losing long-term games. The only game that you could potentially make money in long-term, generally, without being really, really lucky, is poker. You know, even BJ, you lose about, you have like a 4%. You lack a 4% edge versus the house in BJ. So it depends on what it is, but poker, you know, saying poker is evil is silly, you know. Baccarat? Nah, I don't really know. I don't know Baccarat. I've never played Baccarat like that, so I can't tell if Baccarat is good or bad. I can't tell if you have a distinct edge playing it or not. I'm not sure. You know, I've never really played it. Poker is just the game I played. Poker is what I started before trading. And again, people need to understand, like a lot of people that just don't know any better don't understand poker. They don't understand the similarities between investing and poker, right? And I'm not pushing poker on anybody. I just play it. And so you'll hear me talk about it sometimes because there's a lot of similar things with poker and trading. Like poker, calculating pot odds is just like calculating reward to risk ratios in trading. It's the same thing. There's also good and bad variance, but overall, over the long run, it is a skill-based game, right? So like if you're good at poker over the long run, you'll make money for the most likely. And just like trading, if you're good at trading over the long run, you'll make money. But there's always good or bad variance on any given day. I think the problem, like I'm not a gambler myself though. And so I'm able to play poker without like a gambler's mentality where it's like, I don't get addicted to the rush of playing. In fact, I don't like gambling whatsoever. Like I hate gambling. Like it's something that I just do not like at all. And I've told the story about going to the casino. Like I go to the casino, if I'm up, I leave. where it's like a gambler will go to the casino and they just need to play. They'll go play slots. They get addicted to that rush, which I never understood, because it's like, unless you're playing poker or blackjack with card counting, getting addicted to losing money is not something that I think you have to have a really addictive personality to get addicted to gambling, because that means you're just addicted to losing money. Because you're losing money, you're not playing anything that has a distinct edge, and it's like you have to understand that you're going to lose money. If you're going to a casino outside of poker, really, and card counting, poker and card counting, if you're going to a casino outside of those two things, you're going to lose money long term. And so getting addicted to that is getting genuinely addicted to losing money. And I just never understood that. I'm not one that does that. I like to make money, not lose it. And so if I'm going to play something, it needs to be something that I have an edge in, or that I'm able to build an edge in. If I'm not able to build an edge in something, then the purpose of playing it is what. And I think that's the mindset you have to have. SPY pulled it back down though. Let's see if the Tesla stock will bounce at the volume weighted average price. I like chess. I like chess. I like checkers. I like games of skill. Craps, nah. Yeah, Hold'em is just patience. You're only supposed to play 15 to 25% of hands in Hold'em. And that's what I do. Like, I play 15 to 25% of hands. You're only supposed to play the best hands, depending on what's going on, though, in the situation. But again, I feel for people, man. Like, listen, if you're one of those people who is so addicted to things that you can't stop yourself from just losing money because of the rush that you have when you win it, then you need to just stay away from it. Like, you're not you can never play poker, because you go into the casino is going to be bad. So yeah, I'm certainly not recommending it. And in fact, most people are going to lose money. And so it's one of those things where just be smart, guys. Like casino games outside of poker and maybe card counting and maybe Baccarat. I don't know Baccarat well enough, but anything outside of that, you're going to lose money long term. Hey, John, can you look at Lulu? Is it going to pull the market down? Whew. I don't know. Man, what a drop. Well. Yeah, I've seen Rounders. Rounders is everybody's favorite poker movie. I mean, it's the best poker movie out there. But yeah, what happened with Lululemon, man? Earnings, maybe? What happened to this? Company worst fourth quarter guidance. Yeah, it's really funny. It's like we had this guy here, and I'm not going to mention his name, but we had this guy here who he was a friend of the channel, but like he was just there's too much liability in how he was acting. I know some other people had to literally stop posting on their Discord and because of liability from certain people like this, because like they just didn't understand, right? So they'd come to my community and they pressure people to buy specific stocks. They pressure people to buy penny stocks, and they get mad at them and tell people it was a sure thing, and then get really mad at them. And then when you question them on it, when you're like, hey, stop that. Like, that's not what we're really about here. They say, oh, I know what I'm talking about. I've got 20 years market experience. And to be honest, when they first joined my stream, they said they were new. Right. And so then fast forward a year later, since they've been trading for just a year, and when anybody asks them, they say, oh, they've got 20 freaking years market experience now, and they're making 10K. Right. So their story changed over time. And what I would tell them here specifically about Lulu was that, like, Lulu's a money-making machine right now. And this was like a year ago. So a year ago, Lulu was a money-making machine, and it probably still is to a certain extent. But over time, brands like this are not safe long-term investments, like 20-year investments, right? I'm not going to sit on Lululemon for 20 years. And the reason for that is because it's a fashion company. And fashion companies generally go down long-term. They have maybe a decade-long, heyday where they're really making money and they're really hot. But over time, trends change, generations change, right? So your kids don't want to wear the same thing that their parents are wearing, so forth and so on. And so holding a fashion company outside of maybe like Ralph Lauren and some of the high quality stuff, but even some of that stuff is risky. Generally, fashion companies like this are incredibly risky long-term investments because, frankly, they're fashion, they're trendy, and trends change. But so I would say that, and this person would get really upset. He'd get really emotional about it. He'd get really mad, and anytime Lulu would go up, he would say, "See, John, I told you," and he would act like they were right, and I would have to correct people and say, "Hey, look, I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about in 10 years. We'll see if Lululemon is the same price." Because over time, again, the risk with these fashion brands is just this, right? Where to put this into perspective, this chart is now looking like this here. Lululemon is now down to this level here. So Lululemon is now red on the year. And the problem with companies like this is that they're trendy. Lululemon, my wife shops at Lululemon. My daughter shops at Lululemon. And so I see it. I understand they're making boatloads of money over the past 4 years. Again, the problem with these is that it's trendy and trends change. I'm not going to hold this. I'm not saying it's not going to go up long term. What I'm saying is that it's vulnerable. And when I'm holding something for 20 years, I don't want vulnerability. I don't want something that there's even a question that it's going to be around in 15 or 20 years. And I don't think we can say that for Lulu, unfortunately. What do you guys think? So it's in the description. It's called Top Step. You can get 20% off if you use my description link. Don't splash the pot. You check and they check. Yeah, we could say they're comfortable. At a certain point, it's also a placebo effect, though, man. Like, okay, you spend $150 on a pair of shorts, and this is an exaggeration, of course, but it's like you spend $150 on a pair of shorts and you wear those shorts. Oh, bro, these are the best shorts ever. These are the most comfortable shorts ever. Okay. you spend $100 on a shirt. Oh man, this shirt is so light. It feels so good. It's so comfortable. It's like, I'm not saying they're not comfortable shorts, but what I'm saying is that there's certainly a placebo effect there. They're certainly like, hey, I spent all this money. It's the same thing with like penny stock day trading courses. Like, I don't care what the content of these penny stock day trading courses is. If somebody spends $3,000 on a course and somebody says, hey, how was that course? Oh, best course ever. Greatest course ever. Greatest course of all time. And again, confirmation bias is a really strong thing, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. And that certainly happens with Lululemon. You're spending a lot of money. A little flimsy hat over there is $80. Pair of pants is like 100 and something bucks. Like, at a certain point, a placebo effect is certainly there. And if you think that you can't find just as comfortable pairs of shorts or shirts or whatever for way cheaper than Lululemon somewhere, that you certainly can. And that's the problem with it as well, is that they're vulnerable to competition. People are going to come around and do the same thing too. I just don't trust fashion companies long term, regardless of anything. Yeah, for sure. Brands change 100%. And what it really is it's generations change. The same thing social media. It's the same reason social media companies struggle, is because generations change. Kids grow up, like people use a specific social media site, or by that logic, people wear a specific brand of clothing. And when they have children and their children get older, their children, number one, don't want to use the same social media platform that their parents use, right? So social medias in general have maybe a decade lifespan. Outside of like YouTube, Google, or anything like that is a little bit different, right? I'm talking about like Facebook, stuff like that. Generally, they have maybe a 10-year lifespan. Same thing with fashion brands, and even more so with fashion brands, because kids get older, they don't want to wear what their parents are wearing. So there's some new hot style and brand that comes out over time, and that makes it really risky long-term investments for these type of companies, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, you can find an example of trends, but I'm talking about broad trends. And again, we can look at examples of this. Okay, so say 10 or 15 years ago, right? What was big? American Eagle, Abercrombie and Fitch, Hollister, Doc Martens, Steve Madden. Where are all those companies right now? They might be around, but they're definitely not thriving. They're definitely way lower than they were 10 years ago. And so because of that, I'm not investing in companies like that. There's just too much risk. American. Listen, when I was a teenager and a young person, American Eagle, Hollister, Abercrombie was like the thing. Everybody had it. Everybody wanted to wear it. You weren't cool unless you had it. Yada yada yada, whatever. And then now look at those companies. Now everybody hates them. Nobody wants to wear them. Our kids certainly don't want to wear them. It's a generational thing. It changes. And so I'm not putting my money in a fashion company over a 10-year, 15-year period. It just doesn't make sense to do so. It's not practical for investing because trends change too much. SPY just popped up here, so let's see if we break 390s. Yeah, Jinkos. Hey, listen, I rock some Jinkos, bro. Jinkos and Airwalks were my thing in the 5th grade. I had Jinkos, dude. Every Friday was free dress day, man. I had my Jinkos. If you didn't have your Jinkos with your Airwalks on, dude, you just were not cool. Where's Jinkos now? Would you invest in Jinkos 20 years ago? 20 years ago, you probably had some people like, yeah, Jinkos is going to be the new thing over the next 50 years, and we're going to invest in it now. Yeah, man. Everybody forgets Airwalks. Well, Sperry's are still pretty big. Sperry's are just boat shoes, right? So the boating community wears Sperry's, and the preppy kids. No, I didn't see that Duff. But man, I'm staying away from anything that even has his name in it, man. I just think there's too much risk. I see some people defending him, like, oh, free him, but it's like, bro, have y'all listened to what that guy says, man? Like, I get it, he might side with you politically now, but it's like, dude, that dude has said some really, out there stuff. I don't care what. I don't care if he agrees with you politically. I don't care about any of that, man. People are shocked he got, arrested, or he's shocked that they're acting like it's some conspiracy. It's like, no, man, he's just putting his claws into a political side now so that he can try to say, oh, well, they're attacking me for my political stances. No, they're not. It's not his politics, it's other stuff. I'm gonna treat him like Voldemort and just not even say his name. Him whose name shall not be said over here right now. Yeah, Jinko's beginner trading. What about Nike? Well, Nike's different. Nike's way different. Nike's been around for 100 years. Lululemon has not. Yeah, Nike, Ralph Lauren, stuff like that. Those are fine. Lululemon's not Nike. Lululemon's been around for a way shorter period of time. It's way more. It's way more of a trend, I would say, than it is like a. And maybe not. Maybe it does big stuff. I don't know. But even if you look at Nike, Nike's $124. Lulu is $330. Now, of course, that's not including the float size and stuff, but still. Gap is struggling right now. Yeah. Ibrahim, I'm not talking about any of that stuff, bro. If y'all think I'm about to talk about that on my stream, y'all are crazy. His name is Voldemort to me. His name shall not be said. I'm not even going to say anything about that. We're gonna move on from this conversation because I'm not having anything to do with that. Tesla at 116. Let's see if it bounces here, right around volume weighted average price. Lulu up to 329. Or no, Lulu down. I'm sorry. Lulu down to under 300. What's AMC doing? AMC still under $4 here. Tesla's starting to bounce. Here's the Q. You can look at like Apple here. Disney all the way up to 94.50s, almost 95s. Yeah, I love Nike, man. I wear lots of Nike stuff. SPY's still moving up. Let's see if we break 390s here, guys. We're trying. Do we think we're going to stay at 390 to 400 range? I don't know. I'm questioning whether we're going to hit 3 or hit 400. Tesla at 117s. We got the SPY at 389.90. No, I haven't taught Jack to skateboard yet. Not yet. I'm trying to teach him baseball right now. You know, with kids, you just got to keep them busy. That's how they stay out of trouble. So I think baseball is probably the best chance to. Yeah, CPI for Thursday, yeah, is already forecast. So the expectations for CPI. Yeah, the expectations, I'm sorry, are for 6.6% for CPI, 6.6%. Now that's pretty low, and you can see like inflation pressures are dropping here. Hopefully they stay down. Yeah, wrestling is honestly the best base for MMA. So if I did get him in something, I want to get him in jiu-jitsu, but I think wrestling's the better base. All right, guys. So Tesla started to pump up. It's at 117. Market's starting to rip. Let's see if we break 390s on the SPY. If we break 390s, again, we're getting close to it now, testing it on the SPY. Let's see if we continue up. Taekwondo. Taekwondo, I'm not saying it's not useful, but it's certainly a more obscure martial art. And so Taekwondo is the cooler. It looks cool. You know, Taekwondo looks dope, you know, but the problem with it is that the utility is questionable. Like I know Anthony Pettis used Taekwondo a lot. But if I'm going to get my son in one, wrestling's the most reasonable and practical base of MMA. Wrestling, then jiu-jitsu with boxing. Like if we want a grappling art, wrestling and boxing, or wrestling and Muay Thai. You know, we do those two. That's usually a pretty solid base, and then he can learn jiu-jitsu and all that stuff. So, you know, it would either be wrestling and boxing or wrestling and Muay Thai is what I'd go for with a base. And you can look at how well people do in MMA to determine the utility of it. I think Taekwondo is useful and it's really cool, but I'd probably rather go with something a little bit more proven, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of like a Aikido or something ridiculous, man. Aikido, I always called it the pyramid scheme of martial arts. You know, Because it's like you ask somebody that studied the keto for 5 years, they're going to say, oh, yeah, it's great. This is the greatest martial art ever. But it's just virtually useless. It doesn't actually do anything. And so you just got to make sure you don't get them involved with that. SPY just broke 390s here. So SPY just broke 390s. We're up to 390.17s now. Starting to move up. We just broke 390s, 390.25. So we actually got a big pop here just now, guys. So look at the SPY. Just ripped. 390.25s, Tesla at 117.20s, Disney at 94.40s. Yeah, Goldman Sachs cutting over 3K jobs. Yeah, keto is like the Herbalife of martial arts, for sure. Yeah, judo's great. I did judo as a kid too. Judo's useful. It's funny. I did judo as a kid up until I was like. I did judo as a kid up until I was like 11 or 12. And in my head, I completely forgot all of it. But then, like, when I was older and you kind of get into it with somebody, you know, it comes back. Those hip throws, man. So Canadian building permits just came out. It's at 14.1% versus minus 0.1% expected. So I don't know if this is good or bad. I don't think this was going to be seen as positive. SPY over 390s here. So the SPY did pop over 390s. Yeah, wrestling's definitely better. Wrestling is the best one in my opinion. Steven Seagal is not the best fighter. Yeah. Aikido is an acting martial art. It's just it's like a play for martial arts. Look at the SPY pop over 390s at 390.20s. Is technical analysis on a minute chart reliable? For example, it looks to be a head and shoulders on Tesla chart. It can be. It depends on how you look at it. Like, it's not going to be 100%. I don't like head and shoulders a ton. And in pre-market, you know, I like them even less. But I'm using the volume weighted average price to determine that. If this head and shoulders was under the VWAP, then I would use it. Then I would trust it a lot more. But since it's over the volume weighted average price, and specifically we bounced like right here, you can see we bounced right at the VWAP, then I just don't trust it. If it was underneath here, so if we had the same thing like this, you know, I would trust it a lot more. As well as like the head and shoulders pattern isn't actually there until we get a drop like this. I think once that happens, we get a lot of weakness and stuff like that. But yeah, over the volume weighted average price, I don't trust it. Yeah, karate's useful. You can see like Lyoto Machida. Karate's useful for sure. Is it as useful as Muay Thai? It's more of a counter-striking martial art, but it's still very useful. FTX spent $40 million on hotels, flights, and food in 22 court filings revealed. All right, so see if we hold. We're over 390s now, and I think that's a great sign. I have no idea about Ulta. No idea. Is VWAP your favorite indicator? I use a few different ones, but yeah, for the most part. And again, guys, we are going to get ready to trade futures at the opening bell. And again, a lot of people like look at the SPY ripping. If you want to trade this, you can look at the E-mini and futures. You'll notice it's the same thing. Like here's the 390 level that we're looking at on the SPY. So you can see 390, it's the same thing as 3900s, basically 3930s on the E-mini. And you can trade this momentum. Look, pull back, break, same thing. So you can trade this middle one here in futures with no PDT restrictions. And a lot of people don't understand that there's no PDT in futures. You can day trade and short in a margin account without restriction. In futures, you need about $5,000 to $10,000 to really be able to trade the same way you trade the SPY. But if you want to get started in the futures market for cheap and try it out with some pressure, but not the full extent, and potentially get funded, try out a funded account program like Top Step. They are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm definitely biased in their favor. But what they do is they give you a demo. And so the base one's 50K, but you can get demos up to 150K. And your job is to hit their profit target without hitting their max loss and following the rest of their rules. The base one's 50K. It's less than 150 bucks a month. And so you got to hit 3K in profit on that one without losing over 2K. And there's a bunch of other rules that you have to follow. But if you could do that and pass their testing, they fund you 50 grand with a 90% split. And what it does is it gives you a great middle ground to where if you want to know if you're ready to scale up your size, instead of putting up the size yourself and risking thousands of dollars, or trying the futures market out by that logic and risking thousands of dollars, you could try one of these funded account programs. The base one's less than $145 a month. It's like 130 something a month if you use my link and get 20% off. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. It's very cheap. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. But if you actually get funded, there's a 90% split. You make 10K once you're funded. You keep 9K. You get to keep 5,000 of your first profits. And, there's just a lot of benefits of using Top Step. It builds you into a better trader. It conditions you to be a better trader, and it's cheap. And so it's a great way to test your skill, see if you're ready, and also get your feet wet in the futures market. So if you want to check it out, here is the link. You can also find the link in the description. What are you looking for when you look at the volume weighted average price? There's a few things I look for. I look for specifically just simple bounces here. So look at the E-mini, right down to the volume weighted average price. And then look at the bounce that we get right at that level here. Let me move this. So I just look for what's called VWAP bounces. I look for VWAP reclaims and then mini pullbacks like this. You can see the little mini pullback there, and we bounced off of it. I look for VWAP rejections on the short side a ton. I love VWAP rejections, and so I'll look for the stock or security or whatever it is to break under the VWAP like this. So you can see what we're testing, and I look for it to break, and then I short this first little pop and cover at that pullback. And so I short this little level here and then try to cover it down there. There's a lot of strategies you take in it. It's just a trend indicator. It's not a perfect one, but it can be really useful in terms of identifying price action and momentum, specifically trend as well. What if you lose on the funded account? Well, they're going to give you a max loss. So once you're funded, say you get funded, you're still going to have a max loss. They're not going to let you just YOLO that account. Like, that wouldn't be smart. They're going to give you a max loss once you're funded. But if you trade small enough, then you can stay on that funded account and just take profit out every month. It just depends. It's difficult to get funded. It's not easy. But again, regardless of whether you get funded, it builds you into a better trader, in my opinion. Their trader IQ section allows you to give yourself rules, give yourself max trades per day, max losses to follow per day, and all that stuff. So you really can track and condition your trading to be better. And that's where the real use is, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to check to see whether you're in another competitive one, Jonathan. That's not what it is. I use 1 minute and 5 minute mostly, and then it depends on if I'll pin the Top Step link to the top of the page. I use 1 minute and 5 minute on my day trades. If I'm swing trading or investing, I use daily chart and 30-minute chart, hourly chart sometimes. So it depends. Yeah, the dollar index really breaking down here. I see a lot of people mentioning this, and that's great. This is what we want. SPY pumping up to 390s. All right, guys, we still got 50 minutes before the market opens. How many monitors do you use? About 4 is what I have. I got about 4 monitors. But I mean, I'm not trying to like. I need multiple monitors, not just because of trading, but because I'm live streaming every day, right? So I need one monitor to manage my streams, one monitor to another monitor to trade, another one to look at different charts. And so what I have up right now is I have Telegram on this one to look at like contacts. I've got 3 charts on the one that you guys can see. On the bottom one, I've got the stream and the stream managing software. And then on the left one, I've got the futures market up. So I can kind of watch everything, so to speak. Yeah, man, I hope the dollar index breaks under 100. I hope 23 is bullish. I think they're related to. Let's look at our Twitter poll. We asked people, does the SPY hit 400 this week? 43% said yes, 57% said no. We're at 390s right now. Let's see if we actually hold. All right, SPY at 389.90s. Do y'all see what Chat GPT is offering here? Do not pay will pay any lawyer or person $1 million with an upcoming case in front of the U.S. Supreme Court to wear AirPods and let our robot lawyer argue the case by repeating exactly what it says. We have an upcoming cases in the municipal traffic court next month, but the haters will say, quote, traffic court is too simple for GTP. So we are making the serious offer contingent on us coming to a formal agreement and all rules being followed. Contact me if interested, end quote. This is from Joshua Browder on Twitter. That's crazy, man. They're trying to basically have an AI lawyer argue in the Supreme Court. Do you think we'll be sub 100 in Tesla after the CPI report? No, I have no idea what we're going to be after the CPI report. Nobody does. I mean, we could try to speculate on what the CPI report's going to show, but it depends on, like, again, we could say yes, but that's basically saying that CPI is going to come in way higher than expected. If CPI comes in really high, of course, it's possible that Tesla breaks under 100, but nobody knows. It's essentially a coin flip, and we're just guessing unless somebody has insider information. So yeah, it's nobody knows really what that's gonna be, you know, or anything. CPI report's not today, it's Thursday. OCGN is bag holder paradise, man. You know, it's one of those companies where look at the yearly chart, it's terribly low, just really beat up. A weekly chart is even a worse looker here, and so it's just kind of like, you know, anytime I hear people say, "Oh, OCGN's looking great," and I'm not knocking on you. Who said this? Whoever said it, I'm not knocking on you here. I get it. You're just bringing attention to a gap up, and that's fine. But like, there's just so many bag holders in these companies that it's like what happens is like these people get stuck. People get stuck in these positions way up here, man. Dude, honestly, this needs an upgrade. People get stuck in these positions way up here, you know, and then the company drops, and so then every little bitty pop You know, every little bitty pop, they say, oh, bullish. OCG, it is super bullish. It's like, bro, this thing is down huge percentages over the last couple years. Even if the gap up's here, it's like a lot of people are sitting on it from big losses. So even up to 160 right now is nothing. You know, it's still just to show you where that is on this chart. 160 is right here. And so, all right, let's do it this way. This is probably a better way to do it. 160, guys, is right here. So here's 160. Now let's zoom out. 160 is right here. So it's like, even if the gap up's there, it's incredibly weak company long term. I would never put my money in this thing and sit on it, regardless of what it's doing right now. No big data dropping today. There's some stuff coming out, but nothing big. Powell speaking tomorrow. HKD is a scam. I wouldn't call it a scam per se, but it's certainly just a really risky penny stock pump and dump. You know, it's something that the problem with HKD is that people are stuck from thousands and thousands of dollars. The problem with HKD is that people are stuck from way up here. You know, people bought this thing in the thousands, and now they're just praying that it's going to come back one day. And the likelihood of that is very, 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 very low. Even if it does, I'm not putting my money in it. It's just too much risk. It's just, again, it's a pump and dump. It's something that got pumped up, and a lot of people got stuck in it. Tesla, now my biggest position, holding a bag down 9.3K. I'm done averaging down. I'll use it for tax loss if needed. What's your entry, if you don't mind me asking, Snow? All right, so we're back under 390s on the SPY, under 390s here. All right, guys. So yeah, what are we looking at this morning, team? What benefit of trading the ES versus the SPY? Well, it's simple. The SPY, you're restricted by the pattern day trading rule. So if you try to trade the SPY over 3 times a week with less than 25 grand in your account, you're going to get flagged and frozen by the PDT rule. The PDT rule says that if you have a margin account, you can't trade over 3 times per rolling 5-day period. And so you're restricted from trading any stock or security in the stock market. If you have less than 25K in a margin account, you can only day trade 3 times a week. And so if you want to trade more than 3 times a week, essentially trading the same thing as the SPY, you can do so in futures without restriction. There's no PDT rule, and you're basically trading the same thing. Again, this is the same as this. You can see it's the same thing. Google all the way up to 89s here, guys. Disney pumping up to almost 95s. The Q up to 270s. The dollar index breaking down, which is exactly what we want. Let's see if it continues. $134 on Tesla. Well, I mean, okay. I don't know if I would like it, but I mean, I think you got a reasonable chance that we'll make it back. I'm not an investment professional, though. I have no idea. Maybe Tesla just crashes under 100 for all I know. I genuinely no idea if Tesla's going to bounce back or not. I'm definitely not holding it myself, or I'm definitely not recommending that you guys do anything. But I think that that's still close enough in the current range of this to where you have a chance that you can still make some money short term. A chance, depending on what CPI does. Say CPI comes in way lower than expected, that could really, arguably pop this thing back up to 140s or so. Again, not saying it will. No idea what it will do. Don't copy me. Not an investment professional. Don't sue me. No idea what anything will happen. But yeah. Chat, what do you guys think? Will Tesla hit 134 again this year? All right, guys, so we're popping back up to 390s on the SPY here. We still got about 35 minutes before the actual market opens. Tesla's starting to move back up. It's at 117s now. Hey, what's up, Mike? Do you think HKD will run today? No idea, man. I mean, that's just a sketchy penny stock pump and dump that I'm not touching with my money. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. No idea. Nobody really knows either. It's just guessing. All right, so the U.S. Gov officially seizes Sam Bankman-Fried's $455 million Robinhood shares. All right, market back over 390. SPY popped back over 390s here, team. So Alibaba's up 5% after Jack Ma gave up control of Ant Group. All right, so rejected under 390s again on the SPY here. Oh, Coinbase is definitely related to FTX. I mean, they're both related more so to just strength or weakness in cryptocurrencies. So like that's what they're really connected to, is strength or weakness in crypto. So Bitcoin does well, Coinbase does well. Bitcoin does poorly, Coinbase does poorly. That's essentially what we're getting. Big pullback in market activity right now. Any reason for this big pullback all of a sudden on the SPY? Anybody know what's causing this? Any ideas, chat? Let me know. Dollar index starting to move back up. Approaching the volume weighted average price right now. I'm looking to see if we got any new stuff coming out. But getting a little dip in market activity here. What's up, Mike? Yeah, I don't know how I got really lucky that I didn't hold a penny in anything FTX related, Reversion to the mean, yeah, possible. Tesla's still holding its momentum, but we'll see what we do now. Yeah, we still got about 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes until the market opens. Let me get the music playing again. Did GameStop squeeze? What's GameStop doing, man? It's been a while since I looked at it. It's up. GameStop is up today, but with the rest of the market, AMC is just doing really rough, man. GameStop just back down, man. Again, people got to understand, if there's this big community of one specific stock desperately pleading at you not to sell your shares, then the company's not great. Then you want to sell your shares. I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I have no idea what GameStop or AMC is going to do long term. Maybe I'm wildly wrong about this, but the overarching point of this is that, and the lesson that you should learn is that if somebody is pressuring you, if a big community is pressuring you not to sell, in my subjective opinion, don't copy me, you probably want to sell, because the only communities that do that are communities that are really stuck in positions where the stock was way, way higher and then it just crashed on a lot of people. And so they've got these big communities of traders who are just bag holding these stocks. And again, they're really desperate to stop the bleeding. So they're just really emotional, telling everybody not to sell. You see it a lot with a lot of penny stocks. And it's kind of the same thing that happened with GameStop and AMC. AMC just really struggling to ape. Nah, you're always going to be able to day trade, I think. All right, so we're back at the volume weighted average price. Tesla is leading the market right now in the last like 5 or 10 minutes. SPY right at the volume weighted average price. Tesla is back up to 117 plus now. So we'll see. I'm reading about this guy here. I muted the music for a second because I really want to watch. A lot of people are talking about this guy Peter Zian or something. Hmm. Hmm. All right, so yeah, I wanted to listen to that guy. Basically, what he said is that crypto is a pyramid scheme and that Bitcoin's going to go negative eventually over time. Do y'all believe that? Obviously, most people here probably don't, but there's some people do. Interesting. Yeah, so Bitcoin, or no, I'm sorry, SPY back up to 390s. Tesla still over 117s. 390s is going to be a relevant level that you probably want to pay attention to, in my opinion. We got less than 30 minutes. All right, so 390s on the SPY here. Tesla at 117s. What's the next stock that is the most like the AMC crowd? What's the next stock full of bag holders that is the most similar to AMC and GameStop right now? I know of a few of them that are very similar to AMC and GameStop that have just got these huge crowds of traders just pumping these really obscure, terrible penny stock companies up, and they're all telling people to buy, and they're digging deep and trying to find all this ridiculous stuff that's just not real. And these companies are just terrible companies, but a lot of people are just so desperate for them to go up with confirmation bias that they're just forming these huge communities of traders. Y'all know any like that? I'm not going to mention names. I don't want the smoke, but yeah, let me know what you guys think. All right, guys. Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Here, don't wrestle in here. Not around my computer.
I just want to go to brush my teeth. Say bye first.
Hey, what's y'all's deal? Hey, listen. Here, just give me a hug real quick, man. It's all good.
Bye.
Love you, buddy.
Love you. Bye.
Have a good day, man. Y'all be safe at school. Love you.
Love you.
Have a good day. Y'all be safe. Here, y'all close the door. Stop fighting. Sheesh, man. My kids come in here and just arguing with each other. Yeah, outside of AMC GameStop, though, you know. No, I'm not buying any of these really obscure penny stock companies. Like, the thing that people got to understand is like RSI is not going to work with these companies. The reason it's not going to work is because these companies, like, okay, extension might be a thing in blue chips and maybe in mid caps to a certain extent as well, but extension is not really a thing in penny stocks. The main reason is because a lot of them are going to go to zero. And so the more they drop doesn't mean they're really extended or downside or cheap. The more they drop just means the weaker they're getting. Like, so it's not something where it's like, oh, well, this is really cheap now, let me buy it up. It's more so like, oh, well, this is struggling even more now, and the likelihood that this is going to go bankrupt, get delisted, and go to the pink sheets is higher. And so it's like you might see a penny stock drop from $5 to 20 cents. Does that mean it's cheap at 20 cents? No, that means that the likelihood that it's going to keep crashing is higher now because it doesn't have the funding it needs to survive anymore. So the likelihood that it's going to get delisted and just you're never going to see it again gets higher and higher the cheaper it gets. It's not like an extension thing with penny stocks, and that's what people got to understand really. All right, guys. So is the reverse split a good thing when a stock is crashing? No, it's a weak sign. It's a sign of weakness, Joel. You might say how? The reason it's a sign of weakness is because they're trying to make their stock price more expensive, right? Which is usually counterproductive to what a company should want, which is make their shares more affordable but keep the same value of the company. That way, more people with less amounts of money can afford your shares, right? So if a company has to do a reverse split and make the price of their shares more expensive, they're usually only doing it for a couple reasons. The main one being they're getting threatened to get delisted from the exchange they're on, right? So if a company drops too much, they're going to get delisted from the exchange, whether it's the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ. And so what really obscure, terrible penny stock companies will do is they'll then do a reverse split, because if they don't, they're going to get delisted, right? So it's usually under pressure, and it's usually shown. It usually comes out about reverse splits because of really, really bad weakness in the company, where it's a desperate move by doing a reverse split so that they can try to stay listed on the exchange and not get delisted and go to the pink sheets. Is usually what happens. Tesla popping up right now. It's almost up to $18 a share. 118. Look at Tesla. Almost up to 118s here, guys, at 117.85s. What's my favorite chart prime indicator? I mean, we can take a look at it real quick. Chart prime is just really, really useful, man. I've been using it a lot lately too with my trading. Like, I've been using it a good amount. Now, chart prime is a sponsor of mine, but if you take a look at it here, like, it is incredibly useful. All right, so here's chart prime, right? So here's the SPY, kind of what I generally trade. I like using candlesticks, and then I like using their market oracle, which has like a reversal up or down signal here. So like, let's take a look here. So here's a 1 minute chart. Let me let their market oracle load. You can see they give you, the new indicator shows you range resistance. So here's range resistance. They show you candlestick momentum, possible reversals up, possible reversals down, all that different stuff. And just really, really accurate. I like using these. The way they really work, in my opinion, is when you find a candlestick indicator mixed with a reversal down signal. And so if you look at this here, that's exactly what it's showing right now. So here's a bearish engulfing candle mixed with a possible reversal down signal. And then look at the huge drops you get over, like, what is this, an hour plus period? Same thing here, possible reversal down and an ES candlestick. You get like drops over a 10-minute period. Using those two where they're both showing up at one point is when they're the most useful, in my opinion, for companies like Chart Prime. Sorry, Xing out of some stuff here. But yeah, we can zoom out. You can use this in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. Look at how accurate these are. So like, look, possible reversal down and bearish engulfing candle drops over like an hour period. Possible reversal down, an FTM candle drops, you know, and so you can find these. The little bounce here was accurate. The little bounce here was accurate as well. Reversal down drops, bearish engulfing candle right at the top here, huge drops. And so again, very accurate with your trading. And again, you can use this on Bitcoin, crypto, stocks, Forex, futures, all that good stuff. I use it on the futures market, on the E-mini and the micro E-mini. Works really well. Of course, they are a sponsor of mine, so I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Check it out in the description. Shill. Will AI trading ever replace humans? I think it can. I think it already is to a certain extent, but yeah, it already is to a certain extent, but you know. All right, JB, we know, man, you're bitter. We get it. Good day to you, sir. Let's put this up, and we're gonna get ready to trade futures today. Let me get my banner up here. But yeah, if you want to check out Chart Prime, I'll post this link. Great way to help support the channel. Like I said, genuinely useful in what we do here. Genuinely useful. Here's the Chart Prime link right here. You can check it out. You can also find it in the description. Yeah, he's probably mad Lululemon struggling today. Yeah, Lululemon down to 290s right now. Tough time. All right, so let's get ready to trade here, guys. We have got the micro E-mini up in the futures contract, the micro E-mini. Let's see if we get a pounce. We're going to try to just be patient here and just wait. Watch it, Tesla too. Tesla's slowly creeping up, hit 118s. Tilray dropped earnings today, just doing rough. Market's starting to move back up a little bit. Again, we're going to trade futures. We're day trading in the futures market today. What else we got, guys? Dixie trying to move up. SPY still just under 390s. This was an appetizer dip. I had to move my stop loss. Yeah, again, I don't know what we're going to get today. We're just going to try to day trade. We had a good day Friday. We made like 200 or 300 in the futures combine on Friday. So we'll see if we get some better stuff today. All right, guys. So micro E-mini starting to pump up a little bit here. You guys green or red so far this morning, and why, guys? Let me know. Let me see what the poll says here. Now we got about 800 votes here. 59% think the SPY hits 400 this week. Let's see. Let me look at our Twitter post here. We did a Twitter poll as well. So mostly bears on Twitter. 53% say no, the market doesn't hit 400. 47% say yes, the market does. Bostic's speaking much later today. I think it's at 12:30 market time, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think it's 12:30. It's something like that. It's like I think it's around 12:30 market time is when Bostic speaks. Roughly 12:30. Market's starting to pull back a little bit, or market's starting to move up. Let's see if it breaks 390 at the opening bell. I think that's possible. We'll see if it does. I said we go red at the open and then green for the day. Hey, well, good luck, Carter. Green, I was able to catch the little pot right before 5:30. Nice. QCOM chips. But yeah, I think Bostic speaks at 12:30. I'm not 100% though. You know, I'm not completely sure when Bostic is going to speak. Market's moving up a little bit though. Look at this pop. That looks good. All right, guys. So look at the micro E-mini pumping up a little bit. We still got about 10 minutes before the opening bell. 10 minutes, guys. Powell speaks tomorrow, right? Yeah, so Powell speaks tomorrow morning. Strong resistance just under 391. Yeah, we're making that pump towards 390 here. We just tapped it for a split second over 390. We're now dipping down a little bit ahead of it. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as well. We did break 95,000 subscribers, and that's an amazing feat for us here at this channel, man. Amazing feat. I'm super pumped about it. We are edging closer and closer to 100K, guys. CPI should help. So CPI should get us up to 96 or 97, and then we got some earnings towards the end of the month that'll get us pretty close to 100K by the end of January. That's the goal, is to hit 100,000. And we're getting close. Market's still pumping up over 390s now. We're at 390.20 at this point in time, 390.20. So, hey, help us get there. Hit 100K or hit the subscribe button, guys. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Manuel. My guy, thank you, brother. Yeah, we're close. Yeah, good luck, VWAP. Look at the market pump here, though. So, again, I don't know if we're going to take any positions yet, but we're just going to be patient here and wait. Eight minutes. So at 9 a.m., Jerome Powell speaks, and then we had wholesale inventories at 10 tomorrow. All right, so I messaged the lady from the Jerome Powell press conference, and I figured out where the stream was. So we will be streaming the Jerome Powell press conference tomorrow, guys. We will be streaming it. I spoke to Suzanne. She told me where to find the live stream link. She also called me Jack, even though my name is John, because I'm assuming the author Jack London, and so she's calling me Jack. My son's actually name is Jack, and so shout out to her. You know, Call of the Wild. But yeah, we figured out where the link is going to be, so that's all good. We will be streaming the Jerome Powell press conference, though. We will be streaming the Jerome Powell press conference, so that's cool. It'll be fun. So be here tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. And yeah, let's do it. It should be fun. Hopefully he says some good stuff, you know? Cool. All right, figured out. Look at the market pump here, though, ahead of the opening bell, guys. We got less than 7 minutes. We got about 6 minutes left. Market is flying up. 390.50s. Just broke highs of the day for the SPY. 390.50s. Tesla's moving up with us. The dollar index is dumping down here, so that's nice. Dollar index is not really dropping that much, but the market is pumping up. We're at 390.50s right now. Look at this move in the market activity here. Wow. E-minis up to 39.40s. Where are you going to hang that YouTube plaque? Oh, bro, it'll be right behind me. It'll be like over there somewhere. You know? We'll hang it somewhere, man. I'll probably stick it right there, you know, and let it be on stream. Most likely is what I'll do, but I don't know yet. We'll see. So, yeah, the JP press conference should help us get there, too. Market dipping down a little bit. Tesla popping up. It's at 118.20s here. Tesla just broke highs of the day now with the broader market here. Tesla up to 118.40s. All right, again, guys, if you want to trade with us, we are trading on Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. It's the most legit funded program in the world right now. And again, what they do is they give you a demo, and this is one of the easiest ways to day trade with no PDT restrictions. Top Step is a funded account program, so they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, the base one's 50K. If you look here, if you can hit 3K in profit while following their rules without losing over 2K, which is a 2 to 3 ratio, and then there's 2 different phases. But if you can pass these rules and pass this testing, they fund you 50 grand, a legitimate funding with a 90% split. There's also the 150K one that we're in. It's the most legit funded program in the world. You prove profitability with a demo, you manage risk, and you start earning from your trading. They've paid out over $7 million since 2020. They fund about 600 monthly average traders. They've been around for over 10 years. So again, they're the most legit. And you can see there's a ton of benefits to using them. You get to keep your first 5K, 90-10 split, fast payouts, and more. And again, it's called Top Step. You can find the link in the description, also pinned at the top of the chat. Look at Tesla rip here, guys. Tesla's almost up to 119s here. 119s for Tesla. Less than 5 minutes before the opening bell. We are going to trade it at the opening. You remember to hit the live button next to the play button, guys. Make sure you're not behind on the stream ahead of the opening bell. Here is the live button. You make sure you hit this button right here to make sure you're caught back up on the stream, the live button. Yeah, join our Discord as well. Completely free Discord. Doesn't cost anything. You know, we got a great section of daily movers, short strategies, option trading, signals, everything. So yeah, check it out, guys. Join our Discord. The link is right there in chat. Daniel Slim just posted it. So again, completely free Discord. Doesn't cost anything. We don't charge for ours like a lot of people do. And so, hey, if you haven't yet, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Still popping up here, guys. The dollar index is kind of, it's interesting. The dollar index is kind of moving with us right now. The dollar index is moving up. Now it's finally starting to dip. SPY testing highs of the day again. Tesla already breaking highs up to 119 already. So Tesla just broke 119, Steve. Finally pulling back, consolidating, testing 119 right now. Yeah, here's our Discord link right there. Mullen, I think Mullen is, I think best case scenario for Mullen is that it gets bought out. I think that it's one of those stocks that ripped up and got a lot of people stuck. You know, if you look at a daily chart, it was at $5 at the beginning of the year. So you got a lot of investors who were just stubborn and stayed in it. And so any small pop, everybody's like, yeah, it's time. But it's like, if you look at it, take yourself outside the stock market for a second and imagine if you had no idea about Mullen stock and you had to buy an electric vehicle. Would you buy a Mullen? Of course not. Of course you wouldn't, right? And so with that in mind, Mullen does not have the consumer base it needs to succeed as a standalone automobile company. And that's a self-evident thing. I think best case scenario is they get bought out by one of the big boys. I think their battery tech is interesting. And I think they could get bought out by a larger brand. But I don't think they're going to succeed standalone. Tesla up to almost 119 again, so just slightly under 119. Dollar index is finally starting to pull back a little bit. We got 10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds. Good luck, team. All right. Oh, it's time. Let's get ready for the opening bell here, guys. All right, there's the opening bell. See what the market does here. Pulling back a little bit at the open. Tesla over 119s now. SPY pulling back to 390s and bouncing a little bit. Down to 390.15s. Big pullback in the market, correcting back down to the volume weighted average price here. Look at the big dip in the SPY here. Will it bounce? I'm going to take one contract here just because we're pulling back down to 390. And I think that's a bounce spot. That's a bounce level here. So we're going to take a small position. If we don't bounce, it's not the end of the world. I'm going to look for a small risk trade. Right at 390s. Tesla still ripping up. Completely flat here. Trying to give it time to do a red to green move. A lot of back and forth here. Again, I'm trying to be patient with this. A like the down wicks here. Buying pressure. Tesla still ripping up, breaking highs. We're right at 390 now, trying to bounce off of it over and over again. Got time. We break under VWAP, we're cutting this. Really wants to bounce at 390. Every time it pulls back to 390, it bounces here. So we got some support systems at 390. There we go, slightly green. Looking for a red to green move. Try to be patient in it. I like the downwick pressure. There we go. Cut half. I just made about 40 something on that trade here. We called the red to green move. We told you guys the plan, and it did exactly that. Back up to 391s. So got a little cushion on the day now that we can take some profit into. But we told you guys exactly what the plan was. We saw these down wicks. We noticed that 390 was a big support level. We waited for the pullback, looked for a red to green move, got it, and then took the profit quickly. We're going to, now at this point in time, we're going to just kind of chill for a little while and wait. Let it stabilize. And now we're pulling all the way back down, but we're starting to move up a little bit again here. So we had the pullback. We completely bounced back after the little dip just now. Well, 390 was supported. So when we dipped all the way to 390, I liked that. And that's why we took it, is because 390 is just a psychological level. It's technical analysis. You know, this little pullback is probably it's too early, but I would usually buy this dip. You know, we broke highs. We did a red to green move. You buy the dip. You see if it tests highs again. Again, I'm not buying this. I'm not recommending you buy it at all. But like, this is generally a good dip buy to get involved with that I would take. But it's a little bit too close to the open for me to trade this, though. So we're not going to take it. And yeah, it looks like it was the right move. Sideways action, guys. Y'all just be careful. Big downwick here. This is something we'd usually buy into, but again, since we've retraced the whole big move at the opening bell and now we're moving back down to 390s, there's just too much risk in buying this here. This is where I start to potentially short now. All right, we're taking one contract here, just one, and we're going to get out of it fast if it goes against this. One contract. See if we can catch a larger breakdown move. We're right at 390s now, so we're taking the opposing side on the short side here. Slightly green, red. There we go. This looks weak. So again, we're just holding this. Yeah, I'm not holding through that. We're going to get out of that and just wait now. Very choppy movement at the opening bell. A lot of it's being brought upon by Tesla here. Tesla is going up and down big and then back up. And so dollar index is falling back down some too. So again, we're just sitting back waiting now. No, we're getting neutral activity really right now. We break under VWAP, we'll short again for sure, but we got to wait for that to happen first. All right, there we go. There's the VWAP break. Pulling back down again. Start to take some larger position size here too. Pretty firm breakdown, testing lows now. We're going to short into the little pop, see if we actually break lows now. There we go. All right, took half off. I just made another 20 bucks there, taking that one. Nice little day so far, but day's just started, so it doesn't mean much yet. We're up about 50 bucks. We'll short again if we get a bounce here. All right, there we go. We'll take one contract short, 2, 3. There we go, starting to break down. All right, took another 20 shares off. All right, just made another almost $30 there. All right, so we're up about $80 now on the day. Got a nice little cushion. No losses since the open yet. Or we had one loss since the open. We lost $10. So doing well. Attacking the momentum as we read it. Big down wick. So buy pressure coming in short term. So we'll see if this holds. All right, we're bouncing back up here. We're going to take one contract. Just one. See what we reject. But we're not going to take a large size here because if this squeezes against us, it can happen quickly, and we don't want that. So we're going to take one contract, keep it very small. If we start to see some more weakness, we'll add to it. All right, so we did see some more weakness. We added to it. I see Tesla starting to break down, so we're going to start to size in more. See if we get a push down here. Yeah, we're going to have to cut that. All right, we just lost about a $10 loss there. Very small relative to what we made in the last few trades. All right, we're going to start to scale up to our larger size now. We took 5 contracts here. See if we get the weakness roll through. Pretty flat. Let's see if we get the breakdown push. There we go. That's a big down weak sign, up wick, but being patient here, looking for a push down. Break even. There we go. Flush. Took half off. Writing the rest down. Took another 25. So just made another $50 there. We are now up. We are now up about 120 on the day. All right, so we got the weakness here and the breakdowns. All right, so we made $120 on the day so far. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Nice little day. Market's starting to bounce back. Watch Tesla. Tesla will drag the market up if it rebounds here, so just watch that. We'll see if we break over VWAP right around 390 level is what it looks like. So we'll come back and see what the market looks like then. All right, guys. So it doesn't look like the market has done much. It looks like it's tried to push up a little bit. We're pretty neutral. So it looks like I picked the right time for a bathroom break. We're just kind of sitting here. How you guys doing so far today? Green or red? Market looks like it wants to move up, but it's still right over the volume weighted average price. So all right, if the market rejects 390 and comes back down, then we might short some more. But for now, we're just kind of hanging out. Got to let the market pick a trend first. Here's my graph for the day, as we showed you. Tesla's starting to creep back up, testing 119s right now. All right, market's finally starting to rebound here. Tesla just broke 319 or 119. SPY over 390s again, holding, making a test towards these highs. And so we can start to look for a potential, maybe like a cup and handle pattern right here. So we got the downward price action. We got a rebound here. You kind of look for something like that, you know, and the idea is to get in on the dip like that. So we'll see if that's what we get. Breaking highs, getting close at least. Not quite breaking highs yet, but getting close. Tapping the highs of the day. Now we broke highs. So the SPY just broke highs of the day. See if we hold. We'll look to buy a little pullback here. Attack the upward direction, but it needs to be a decent enough pullback to spark our interest in it. All right, looks like we might just push and break highs again. I don't know, but we're gonna. Again, I'm trying to wait for a pullback here though, to buy the dip, but we're not getting big enough of a dip for me to buy it. Yeah, there's the high break. Look, like I said, it looks like it's just gonna keep on going. Tesla creeping up to 120s. There's a dip. Not big enough yet. Almost at the 390s. They're almost up to 391s now, testing it. We need a pullback though, guys. Dollar index looks really weak. Tesla just broke highs again. Or not quite. Yeah, Tesla just broke highs again. Immediately pulled back, but Tesla's over 120s now. Yeah, I'm itching to buy right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for a pullback here. I don't trust it yet. All right, there's a pullback. All right, we just bought 2 contracts. We'll add a little bit more on a larger dip. There's 4. All right, just took half off, locked in $15 in profit, holding 2 contracts left. We might add some more to it too, depending on what it does. But at the very least, we have a cushion that we can work with now. Nice little down wick here, indicating some buying pressure coming through. That's what we want, but I like this down wick. I mean, the down wick looks strong for sure, but we have to consider how much profit we have on the day and what that means. There we go. I took another contract off, up 20 on the trade. I'll let it break highs again if it can. And just, there we go. All right, so we just made about 25 bucks on that trade again, too. We are now up about $150 on the day here. We got a nice cushion. Again, we caught the pullback. We told you guys what we were looking for was a small pullback, and then we were going to buy the dip, and we got that, and now we are ripping back up even stronger here. Tesla over 121s. Dollar index is looking very weak. Big up wick here, indicating some selling pressure, but still could move back up and break it, but we're going to be a little bit more cautious with it. We're hitting 391s right now. Tesla very strong. All right, guys. So, yeah, we are just kind of sitting back. Approaching highs of the day now. And again, if you want to try out Top Step just like me here, Top Steps is the most legit funded program in the world for futures. Really easy way to get started without a lot of risk. You know, pretty simple trading, not a ton of risk. If you lose, you can reset for $100. Base one's less than $150 a month. They give you a demo and they're testing you for skill. It's a great test of your skill because, like I said here many times before, what Top Step is really good for is testing the skill of yourself to see if you're ready to scale up your size. And so if you don't know if you're ready, take one of these challenges. If you pass it, you could potentially get funded with a 90% split. Even if you fail it, it's a great test of skill. It's very cheap. If you can pass the testing, great. But even if you don't, it builds you into a better trader. It helps you learn how to trade under pressure. It helps you learn how to trade with specific rules that protect your account and risk management. And so it's a really good way to learn trading and get started in futures. There's no PDT rule in futures. And so you can day trade the S&P 500 essentially in futures, as well as crude oil and a lot of other stuff. And you can trade these big economic releases with no PDT restrictions in futures. Good link, check it out. They are a sponsor of mine. I'm definitely biased. Yeah, remember Jerome Powell is speaking tomorrow in a roundtable event type of thing. Tesla's still breaking highs. Look, up to 121s almost for Tesla. Again, I'm gonna slow down. We've already made about 150 on the day, and I think the more I press right now, the bigger the risk is, and so I think I just gotta chill for a second and wait. All right, breaking highs again. So market just broke highs again here. Tesla did. Or Tesla's approaching highs now. Huge pop. That's good. Tesla just broke highs, got up to 121. Again, the market is still pumping. That's a big upwick, though. This could indicate short-term downward pressure. But again, market's looking very strong right now. Tesla over 121s. Dollar index just broke lows of the day, down at 103s. So, yeah, overall, everything's looking pretty strong today in market activity. All right, market finally getting another pullback here. Again, I don't trust it enough to buy the dip here. We're too strong on the upside. We're too extended on the upside, so I don't trust it quite yet. We might continue running, but I need a little bit stronger of a dip before I get involved. All right, looks like we're retracing that dip with a big down wick here. At 21s for Tesla still. All right, Tesla just broke highs to get up to 121.40s now, 121.50 almost here. So let's see if this drags the market up even more here. The market's got to battle 391.50s on the SPY too. So Tesla kind of looking strong here. I'm going to go and buy one contract here. We're going to keep it very small for now as Tesla is breaking highs and looking strong. You know, that's why we're buying this here, is because this could drag the market up theoretically here. So we're going to add a little bit more, 2 contracts, and we'll keep that like all of it. See if Tesla's strength here at 121.60s right now can drag us up to make a little profit on this trade. All right, creeping into the green. Not enough yet to be excited about. Better, not enough yet though. There we go. I just took half off there. You know, that'll protect us a little bit, and we can just be loose with the rest. If it turns on us, it'll be neutral. But if it continues ripping up big like we've been seeing all day, kind of like we are now, then that's great. Get some exposure to the green action that we're getting, but nothing super risky. All right, so just made about $20 on that trade too. Very small trade there. We are up about 170 on the day now. Again, slowly building a cool little cushion on the day. Here's the P&L so far. Yeah, what's up, guys? New York inflation expectations at 8 a.m. PST. That'll be somewhat big, but not major. You know. Let me see when that is. It's not going to influence markets like that. CB employment trend jobs. The CB employment trends index for December comes out in less than a minute. Man, Tesla flying up to 122s here. All right, so here is the CB employment trends data. Mine's not showing up yet. And Tesla's still looking super strong on the day. Pop it up big here. 116.31 is the U.S. employment trends. 116.31 team. Yeah, there it is right there. Uh, 116.31. Tesla all the way up to 123s here, man. That's crazy. Making a Twitter post right now. The Twitter post says, shout out to the bears who called me and other long traders insulting names over the last week. In the end, regardless of bias, you should never act like you know 100% what will happen. It just makes you look dumb in the end. So shout out to you guys because it feels good, man. You love to see it. All right, Tesla bouncing at 122s. Dollar index just broke lows again, down to 103s. Testing 103s now, guys. SPY pump it up over highs again. Super strong market right now. Yeah, I gotta do it, Pawn. I gotta do it, man. Like I said, I just had so many. And again, I'm not really a like perma bull. Like sometimes I think stocks are weak. Sometimes I think the market's gonna go down, and I think bulls are too optimistic, right? But for whatever reason, bears have just called me so many names. They call me a clown. They call me all this different stuff, right? Crickets is all I hear right now. All I hear is crickets right now. You know, and again, the truth is, you should never act like you know 100% what's going to happen. You know, nobody does. You know, which is why you should never call anybody names that have an opposing view to you. You know, because again, nobody knows what's going to happen here. All we can do is guess. Sometimes we guess right, sometimes we guess wrong, but you better believe it's all guessing. Now we can take calculated guesses, but it's still guesses. Let me see if it'll let me edit it. Oh, it will let me edit it. Let me see. Is there a cricket emoji? There's got to be, right? Ooh, there is. You know I'm about to use that one. Market's starting to pump up a little bit. Yeah, all good, AT, and we like you, man. It's all good, bro. Like I said, I'm not talking to bears. I understand bears. Listen, sometimes you got to be bearish. You can't be permanently bullish. You know, sometimes you got to be bearish, and I get that for sure. I understand 100% that mindset. The only people I'm critiquing right now are the ones that called me names, you know, or the ones that try to shame other people if they take the other side, you know. Like, you could be long biased, you could be short biased, but just don't call names, don't insult people, don't act like you know 100% what's going to happen. You know, those are the basic rules of it. John, you're a long-term bear. Yeah, honestly, what I really am is it depends on how long-term. I am it depends on what it is. In blue chips, I'm certainly like a long-term, like an investing bull, right? Blue chips go up on average, right? Over the last year, I'm probably a little bit bearish over like that time frame. We zoom in even more. In day trading terms, I'm definitely bearish. Like, I would much prefer to short than I would to go long. I think shorting is much easier than going long in day trading for sure, without question, in futures. So it depends on what time frame we're looking at. But long term, I'm actually a bull for sure. Like, I'm bullish long term for sure. And blue chips, Disney, Apple, you know, I think those are gonna go up long term. It's not, you know. And again, I mean, I've been right about them. Like, I told people this when Disney was at 86, 85s, when Google was at 87s, 86s, you know, and now Disney's at 93s, 94s, wherever Disney is at now, you know. So it just, people have to, again, the reality is everybody wants to be Michael Burry, but they don't understand, like, the odds of that happening. You know, they just want to be Michael Burry, so they want to be the ones that called the short before it happened. But, like, predicting a market crash is difficult. It's not something most people are going to be able to do. And a lot of people are just piggybacking off of big influencers. A lot of people are just piggybacking off of big influencers who want to be Michael Burry. And so they're just kind of copying the people they watch, who are telling people that the stock market's going to go to zero and all this just silly things that is just not going to happen. And again, it just kind of stems from, I call it the Michael Burry effect. Yeah, all good, Pawn. I know what you meant. Was Tesla being overhyped over the weekend? I don't know. I think Tesla was a mix of just extension. Like, Tesla has just dropped a lot over the last like eight months or so. Tesla's just really weak over an 8-month period for sure. Yeah, mine are Disney, Google. again, what I look for long term in swing trades, like what my swing trading strategy is very simple. I look for blue chip, low PE blue chip companies that have dropped profoundly over the last week or longer, that I consider extended on the downside, that have low PE ratios, that are going to be around in 5 or 10 or 15 years, that are like obviously going to be fine long term, right? Those are my favorite ones to play because I can buy those dips. If I am wrong short term, I can just hold them and they're going to go up long term for the most part. Disney's going to go up long term. Google's going to go up long term. Now there's some blue chips there's some stocks that people consider blue chips that I'm not willing to do this on. And unfortunately, Tesla is one of them. I'm just not willing to do it on Tesla. I think the vulnerabilities of Tesla are just a little bit too high. But there's a lot of companies like this that you can do it on. Disney, Google, Apple, any company where Microsoft, like any company that you look at it and you're like, yeah, that's going to be around in 10 years. That's going to be okay in 15 years. You can essentially do it on Amazon. You just got to, what I really look for is just low PE or low PE companies, low price to earnings companies that work well. It works well for those. Now, QCOM, I don't know. QCOM is software, right? What is QCOM? Semiconductor hardware services, wireless tech. Yeah, QCOM. I mean, yeah, it's probably fine too. But I know I know less about that company, so I'm less willing to do it on. I know Disney, I know Apple, I know Amazon. I know Google. You know what I mean? I know these companies. These companies are companies that I know well enough to be able to fairly accurately predict their health in a few years. QCOM's not really one of them. But everybody's different. Y'all are going to know stocks that I don't know and vice versa. So it's all good. What happens if the dollar goes to zero? Well, if the dollar goes to zero, we got a lot bigger problems than stock market gains or losses, to be honest here. If the dollar goes to zero, our money's virtually worthless and the whole economy is going to crash. But regardless, that's a very low probability thing to bet on. The dollar going to zero. Y'all think y'all can accurately predict that? Again, if the dollar goes to zero, we got a lot larger problems than the stock market as a whole, to be honest. All right, Tesla pull it back to 121.70s here. We'll see if we bounce here. Now, this is a bounce level at 121s, but I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just kind of waiting and see. Very volatile right now. So, again, I'm kind of slowed down my trading. I'm up about 200 on the day, a little bit less. And so I can kind of just chill and wait for just really prime setups to make money on and just sit back when we don't get that. Yeah, for sure. 100%, mister. Yeah, if that happens. If that happens, then we got a lot larger problems than being right or wrong about Disney or Google. Here, I'll lower the music a little bit for you, man. Can y'all hear me relative to the music? Am I too loud? Am I too low compared to the music playing? Yeah, for sure. Again, but everybody, it's the Michael Burry effect, man. Everybody wants to go to zero. A lot of times it's also like people overseas that are bitter at America for whatever reason. And so like they're the ones saying, yeah, the dollar's going to go to zero because it's confirmation bias. But that's just so unlikely. Like I said, I saw a really big YouTuber telling people that the stock market was going to go to zero, that the S&P 500 was going to go to zero. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like if that happened, like we'd have a lot bigger problems than being right about that. And you'd be shocked at how large, I'm not going to say their name, but it's like telling people the stock market's going to go to zero or that the S&P is going to go to zero. It's just kind of like, tell me you don't know. Tell me you don't understand the stock market without telling me you don't understand the stock market. Yeah, I wish I could, narcissist. I like Tupac, bro. You know, hit him up. Hail Mary. You know, I like Tupac. Hey, mama. You know, but I'd get copyright striked at a heartbeat if I played Tupac. Yeah, that's all good, AT. Yeah, maybe, Jonathan. That's possible. It might be just satire for getting clicks, 100%. The problem is that people don't interpret it as satire. People interpret it as reality or truth. And then you got a bunch of mindless drones over here saying, the stock market's going to zero, you know, and it's just not. Satire is one of the most dangerous things to post because you got a lot of people that just don't understand sarcasm. They don't understand that it's sarcastic posting, and they just in turn digest it and then copy it, and then you got a bunch of people saying, "Oh, the stock market's going to zero." Hey, nice Owen. Hey, nice work, man. Have a good day, bro. I do like this dip right here, but the problem is that Tesla is completely reversed all the way back down under 121s. All right, we're just sitting back. Again, I kind of would like to buy the dip, but again, I'm just going to wait, I think. Here. Yeah, look, Tesla is really the leader of everything. It's starting to pull back down. Market just popped up some, though. So, like I said, I would like to buy the dip, but for whatever reason, I just didn't feel like buying that one. And it looks like I was right, but I just didn't do it. Now, this is called Quant Tower. So this is called Quant Tower. It is on Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. So this is called Quant Tower. It is a funded account program in futures. And so again, what they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you. A great way to test yourself, test to see if you're ready to scale up, test to see if you're ready for futures. Like to do the same thing in futures, you need 5 or 10K, right? Instead of having to put up 5 or 10K, you can test yourself, see if you're ready for it, see if you're ready to scale up in size by doing these funded account programs. If you pass it, great. You get funded with a 90% split. You make 20K. Once you're funded, you get to keep 18K, which is 90%. If you don't get funded, it's not the end of the world, and it builds your skill in trading. You can find out, you can check the link in the description. There's a ton of other platforms you can use. This one's Quant Tower, but there's so many other ones. Man, I should have bought that dip. Market is popping up over 392s again. Tesla is not following the market right now, though. In fact, Tesla just broke the lows of the last 5 minutes and is still breaking down here. So that might drag the market back down with us. We'll see if it does. Market's starting to test highs of the day. Also, I'm going to put it in sub-only mode for a second. So if you haven't yet, hit that sub button, guys. We appreciate the love and support. We are in sub-only mode. Everybody announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. We appreciate you all. Remember, tomorrow morning, hey, listen, here's the nuance of the market this week, okay? This is a big week for market activity. We got CPI Thursday. Biggest event every month in stock markets is CPI Thursday. Very relevant stuff going on Thursday, so you do want to tune in. We will stream. People, thousands and thousands of people show up. Usually over 4,000 or 5,000 people show up for CPI streams, and the reason they show up is we cover that data very quickly. We drop it within seconds of the release, so you can know exactly what CPI is and watch the market reaction right here. So subscribe. Again, thousands and thousands of people show up for these CPI streams. We also put everything out there for free. We don't charge a penny for any of it. Tomorrow, we got Jerome Powell. So if you want to know a potential reversal catalyst in the market, Jerome Powell is speaking tomorrow on what's called the... Jerome Powell is speaking tomorrow on the International Symposium on Central Bank Independence tomorrow in Sweden. So Jerome Powell, JP, is speaking tomorrow. We will stream that Jerome Powell conference tomorrow. We will be streaming that live. And so again, hit the notification bell. We will drop that live every weekday right here. Thursday, we have jobless claims at 8:30 at the same time as CPI as well. So that's a very big release also. And so, yeah, y'all be ready. We got a lot of stuff happening this week, Thursday. And then Wednesday, I think we have something Wednesday. Let me see. So Wednesday, yeah, tomorrow we got JP at 9. We've got business optimism. We got wholesale inventories as well. And then EIA short-term energy outlook tomorrow. Also, Wednesday, we have crude oil inventories and crude oil imports Wednesday. Gas inventories as well drops Wednesday. And then Thursday, we got all that stuff happening. And then Friday, we got England GDP, French CPI, Spanish CPI, Harker speaking Friday, import-export price indexes, Michigan consumer sentiment expectations, Baker Hughes rig count, and some other stuff Wednesday. And then next week, we got a lot of earnings. So that's the market this week. We will be covering all that data this week as soon as it happens. So hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. But yeah, we'll be ready for that. Tesla pulling back, markets consolidating. The other thing to check out, guys. So the other thing to check out from us is called Chart Prime. Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service, and it is massively beneficial for your trading. So nice green day. We're going to go ahead and close it down, lock that up in our green day. Also, though, guys, you want to check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is ridiculously accurate a lot of the time. So Chart Prime can be a powerful indicator service that predicts tops, predicts bottoms very easily. And again, I can show you why here. So you can use it on stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, whatever you want to use it on. You basically can for Chart Prime. Stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. What Chart Prime does is Chart Prime shows you custom indicators. So here's the link for Chart Prime if you want to check it out. But just to show you this, here's Chart Prime. They show you candlestick momentum. So here's a bullish engulfing candle. And you can see after it showed you this here, let me fix this a little bit. Hold on. Here's a bullish engulfing candle. And you can see after it showed you this, we got a nice little bounce up over like a 5-minute period. Here's another bounce from it. When you get multiple showing up at once, so it shows you, so here is a FTM candlestick and a reversal down signal. So it will also show you reversals up or down. Look at the huge drops that we get over that period of time. So after it showed us that, look at the big drop you get all the way up to the next reversal up signal where we get a bounce here. Bearish engulfing candle shows you the very top drops. Reversal down signal shows you another drop. You can use it. It automatically identifies support or resistance. And this is just a tiny percentage of the overall stuff available. I look like John Madden over here. And again, you can use this in stocks. You can pull it up in Bitcoin as well. Crypto, Forex, futures. Here's Tesla. You can use it on crypto, Forex, futures. And again, just the candlesticks are so accurate with trading a lot of the time. Like, look at this, just to show you some perspective here. What I like to do is I like to look for multiple candlesticks showing up at once. It also shows you, like, you can see this green area is the top of the range, right? So when you get the top of the range resistance and you get multiple bearish engulfing candles, look at the drops that you get over the next like 20, 30 minutes. Possible reversal down and a bunch of bearish engulfing candles, drops over like a 5 or 10 minute period. And you can use this in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. It's called Chart Prime. You can get a discount by using my link. I think you can get 40% off at checkout, but there's just a lot of stuff. And you can use it on a longer time frame as well. Here's an hourly chart. And again, it'll show you support or resistance. Just to show you the example of this on an hourly chart. Look, here's an hourly chart. So if you want to use it long term as well, you can. And so just to put some perspective here, here's a long-term chart. So each candlestick is an hour. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours of bullish momentum after you got this hourly candlestick there. Bullish engulfing candle here over an hour time frame. Big upward movements as well. And so you can use this on a daily chart. It also shows you chart patterns, a bunch of other stuff. It's called Chart Prime. You can find the link in the description. I'm certainly biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine, and so they pay me money. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But if you want to check them out, it's called Chart Prime. You can find the link in the description. Check them out. We'll see if Tesla bounces here, guys. But with all that said and out the way, love you all. Y'all be safe in the market. Good luck. I can't guarantee you're going to make money with any of our sponsors. Nice little green day today. Here's my graph today. So we'll take the green day. Love you all. Y'all be safe, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Jerome Powell conference. Good luck, team. Thursday, Mark. Thursday is CPI. Later, guys.